All right, let's see here. I'm live. I'm not dropping frames. Refresh you. Open you. Refresh you. Refresh you. All right. 1 minute in, no drop frames. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm the James with the Games. Welcome back to the Homebrew Review. Sorry, trying to see if my daggum router, modem, whatever, is working right. So let's see here. Making this. Okay. Nope, 59 drop frames. Stabilize. Okay, we were at Defensive Rebuke. When you cast a Jutsu that will grant only you DR. Nope, that's also terrible. Defensive Regression. You call out to a creature you perfectly timed to call out, allows them to avoid potential fatal damage. When a creature within 60 feet of you has been struck with a critical hit, you can spend 1 die. Record the result. Reduce the number of damage die the target rolls by the result. You reduce the number they roll to 0, their attack's damage is reduced to 0. Okay, this one's actually pretty good. And only this one so far. Layered Shield. When you would take damage while your barrier is at 0, you can spend any number of die. When you do, it gains a number of hit points equal to 5 times the result till the end of the current turn, returning back to 0 HP. That's also terrible. Revenge Guard. When you would cast a Jutsu that would grant you damage reduction or temp HP. Or all hostile creatures within range on a field save. Nope, also useless. Team Guard. 10 feet of an allied creature, 1 dies bonus action, all allied creatures, including yourself, within range. Okay. That's useful. Though, Ay. This entire thing has been... Elemental Scout, you get D6 superiority die here. 6 die total, 8 maneuvers known. Third, Elemental Knowledge. At 3rd level, you focused your efforts on harnessing. Your innate nature release, select 1 nature. Your ability to cast Jutsu with corresponding keyword. If you could already cast Jutsu with the select keyword, you learn 1 Jutsu with the corresponding keyword that you qualify for. So when you and an allied creature within 30 feet of you are casting in Jutsu does not have your chosen nature release, you can spend 1 die enhancing the Jutsu, giving it the chosen nature release keyword, and adding the spent die to the damage total. 6th level, once per turn, whenever you score a critical hit with a Jutsu based on attack or a hostile creature fails its saving throw versus Jutsu, you regain 1 superiority die. Okay, so basically the same as the Assault Scout, but you can also do it via crit fail on a save. That's okay. Elemental Strike. When you would cast a Jutsu with your chosen nature release, you can retain some of that elemental energy, augmenting it. For the next minute, your unarmed weapon attacks deal an additional D6 of your chosen nature release. At 9th level, if you score a crit, or when a creature fails a save by 5 or more, While augmented in this way, you inflict one rank of the nature releases associated condition found on the elemental condition table at the end of the subclass. Fire is burned, water is chilled, wind is bleeding, earth is bruised, lightning is shocked. So, let's go and look at the conditions table, shall we? Burned takes a D8 fire damage, takes a -2 to con checks for each rank it has, and lasts for 1 minute, whichever comes first. A creature can spend an action to make a DC 15 check to put out the flames. On a successful check, the condition ends or submerging themselves in a body of water. On Chilled, Chilled does 1d6 cold damage for each rank they have. Creature's speed is reduced by 5 for each rank it has. Take a -1 to all dex-based checks and saving throws per rank. And this condition lasts for the duration the effect inflicted or 1 minute is passed. Shocked. Shocked does 1d6 lightning damage. Shocked creature who takes a reaction to cast a jutsu must first make a DC 8 flat check. On a failure, they double the cost of the jutsu. For each rank of shock beyond the first, increase the DC by 1, max DC 12. The creature can spend an action to make a DC 15 con check to ground themselves, dispersing lightning in their body, ending the condition. This one is not resolved in a minute. Bruised is a creature suffers -1 to all strength, dex, and con-based attack rolls and checks for each rank they have. Bruised character takes +4 damage from all sources of bludgeoning or earth damage for each rank they have, once per turn. Creatures that are immune to bludgeoning or earth damage are immune to the condition. A creature would gain 6 or more ranks of bruise, immediately becomes staggered, ending the bruise condition. Staggered, a creature can make a 15 strength medicine check to end this condition by applying appropriate amounts of pressure to the wound. Staggered counts as bruised 5 for the features of traits. Staggered creature cannot take the disengage, dash, or dodge actions or reactions. Staggered creature takes a -5 penalty to all strength, dex, and con-based attack rolls and checks. Creature takes +20 damage from all sources of bludgeoning or earth damage once per turn. Staggered creature remains staggered until they spend 1 full turn action gathering themselves, losing the staggered condition in the beginning of their following turn after this full action. So, technically, bruised and bleeding are definitely the two biggest winners here, because of bleeding can stack up to 100 times. No, I'm not joking. Oh no, 552 drop frames, but it's still under 4%. Problem is that you have to score a crit, or they have to fail your save by 5 or more to even gain a rank of the condition, which makes it really meh. This damage chosen nature release within 20 with a nature release keyword, add half of your int modifier to the result. Oh, wait. That's a defensive thing. Okay. Elemental power at 9th level. Nope, 1200. In 9th level, the strength of your element is unquestionable. When you would deal damage with your jutsu without the combination keyword, with your chosen nature release keyword, you can spend 2 die. When you do the jutsu, cast deals maximum damage. The jutsu cast in this way cannot score a critical hit. Okay, never mind. The jutsu cast requires an attack roll. Only the first attack roll that scores a hit gains this effect. Primordial Strike, the residual element chakra. When you gain this benefit of your elemental strike class feature, you instead deal an additional 2d6. Additionally, the damage you deal with your chosen nature releases damage type, ignores resistance, and treats immunity as resistance. Elemental superiority at 17th level. When you would use a maneuver, you can treat the result as double its rolled amount to calculate the maneuvers given its effects. Additionally, you can spend 1 superiority die on your turn to gain immunity to your chosen nature. Releases damage and resistance its superior nature release for until the beginning of your next turn. Okay, honestly, this comes online too late to be useful. Primal Storm at 20th level, you've learned to unleash massive colonies of nature. When you do damage to a creature with a jutsu with your chosen nature release, or with a weapon attack, you spend a superiority die to use a maneuver as part of the attack or jutsu cast. You deal additional damage equal to 3 times the result of your superiority die. Your die are d6s. That means at most you're dealing 20 to 18 damage. Elemental Disruption. Spend 1 die due to that creature cost increase its cost by an amount equal. Okay, wow. This is actually really good. This is really good. Spend 1 die until the beginning of your next turn. Jutsu that creature casts increases its cost equal to twice the amount of your die. If you roll a 6, that means that any jutsu cast costs 12 more. That is insane. Elemental Being is a reaction. You can turn into an element. Have it pass through you. You may spend 1 die, increase your AC equal to half the number rolled until starting your next turn. If a creature misses you with an attack from within 5 feet of you, they then take damage equal to 3 times the number rolled. That's okay. Malady. When you use your chosen nature release keyword, DC. You inflict an additional right con save against your relative save DC or gain an elemental condition till the end of your next turn. Okay, so the first half of this is really good. The second half of this is completely worthless. Because of literally only gaining 1 stack of a condition till the end of your turn, and remember you have to use a die for this, is bad. You want the full effects of your conditions. Heightened Jutsu. You empower your Jutsu to a much higher degree. When you cast a Jutsu with your chosen nature release keyword, you expend 1 die and add 3 times. That's terrible. Nature Jutsu. When you would cast a Gentai or Buki, you may expend 1 die and add it to the damage dealt. And there's another drop frame spike up to 1992, 1 year before I was born. Gains. You may expend 1 die and add it to the damage dealt to increase save DC by 1. It gains your chosen nature release keyword, and its damage is now that of your That's also terrible. Elemental Spell Strike. You can infuse a ninjutsu with your chosen nature release. Bonus action, select one ninjutsu that requires an attack roll, has a cast time of 1 action or bonus action. Target a single creature and has your chosen nature release. Good grief, could it make it more specific? By spending 1 die in the jutsu's listed cost, you infuse it into your weapon or unarmed strikes. Before the end of your next turn, you can place one of your attack actions with a spell strike attack. On a hit, you deal your weapon's unarmed damage plus the jutsu's damage plus your superiority die. The jutsu would require a saving throw to inflict its damage or effects. Target takes half the jutsu's damage immediately and then makes its saving throw. On a failure, taking the remaining half, gaining the listed effects conditions, and on a success, takes no further damage. After dealing damage with the spell strike attack, the jutsu defuses from your chosen weapon. If it still gave the conditions on a past save, this would be really good. But otherwise, no. Primal Recovery. You may spend a die, regaining chakra points equal to the result plus your con mod, gaining the ability to mold chakra if you could not before. Gain the benefit of this maneuver no more than twice per initiative roll. That's really good. That's also really good. The problem is this subclass is not amazing. You may quickly primal power. You can send a surge of chakra, enhancing your next attack. So with elemental power so unwieldy that it becomes difficult to control. You may expend 1 die, adding 5 times the result to the damage dealt, but reducing your attack roll by the result. Ah, that's mean. Primal enhancement. When you would cast a jutsu that jutsu that reduces damage or gives yourself temp HP. With your chosen nature release keyword, you may spend 1 superiority die to increase the dice used to reduce damage or grant temp HP by 1 step, and add twice the superiority dice's result to that total. Primal Bully. When a creature would be afflicted by condition as a result of a jutsu you cast, you can spend 1 die. When you do, you inflict the condition of your nature releases. So, is that in addition, or is it changing it to that condition? So, okay. How many more do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 more before we get on to the next class. Pathfinder Scout. Superior movement. You have D6 hit superiority die. You regain all die in 10 minutes. Mobile Savant. Starting 3rd level, you learn the Chakra Movement Ninjutsu. I don't know jutsus yet! Special, when you would move at least 10 feet, you can choose between the following. Wind release, separate strikes, lightning release, lightning speed, graceful cat, or flower petal escape. Learn the selected jutsu, which also does not count against your known jutsu limit. Hi! I am literally only halfway through the freaking scout.
Oh.
Because if I keep having freaking technical issues.
I see.
And, okay, this is kind of insulting because of the scout, the class itself does not seem amazing. First subclass. Why is this amazing? Why is this so bloody amazing? Second subclass, I deal a lot of damage, but that's all I can do. Third subclass, why are you here? I'm like, the first subclass was so good that everything is having to live up to it, but nothing is coming close.
We haven't started to rip into my character's class yet.
No, I still have half the bloody scout to go through. You learn another jutsu from this list when you would reach 6th, 9th, or 14th level, all being able to be cast with a superiority. You only get 7 dice. What is the thing that lets you regain? Beginning at 6th level, once per turn, whenever you roll a 1 or 6 on your superiority dice, it's not spent. Okay, so you basically have a 33% chance of not spending a dice. Okay, then. Though this is luck-based?
I hate that already.
And... what?
I hate it already.
Basically, okay, all the Scout Ninjas subclasses are based around superiority dice, and they all get a custom list of maneuvers that they get to perform. The superiority dice change between subclasses. Most of them have been D8s or D6s. One was a D4, but that D4 grows as the subclass levels up. You can take dash as a bonus action. Once per turn, you can spend half of your movement to teleport. If you would teleport, you may roll your superiority dice. You teleport number of feet equal to 10 times the result. You can teleport a number of... This movement counts as a jutsu that would teleport you or grant you a boost to speed. When you would cast a jutsu that would teleport you to grant you a boost to speed, you gain a boost to your next attack damage equal to 2d6. This bonus increases 46 at 9th, 66 at 17th. You ignore any nature release or ability score restriction or limitation when learning or using ninju, genju, or tai that would teleport you or grant you a bonus to your movement speed. Okay. Distal passenger, when you would move as a result of teleporting, one willing creature of your size or smaller that you can touch can also move in the same way. Allied creature would be moved as a result of this, gains the benefit of your burst of speed as well. Creature other than you can gain the benefit of burst of speed once per turn. Okay, so this is also a switch hitter in that instance. Because of okay, teleporting, you roll your superiority die, but you do not spend it. Meaning that you can do this literally every single turn, and that ally at 6th level gains an additional 2d6 on their attacks. Because of how 5e's rules work, this isn't considered precision damage. If you have an ally that is a crit machine, you can do this and actually give them basically 4d6 on their damage. Or 8d6 at 9th, or 12d6 at 17th. That's not a bad trade-off. Sorry, I'm blabbering. I know I am, but I'm like, hopefully this is interesting.
I have the perfect meme for this anyway.
Oh. That's a lot of damage! FYI, that's a lot of damage. Superior speed.
And my phone is acting up on Discord again.
Beginning at 9th level, you can concentrate on up to 3 jutsu that would allow you to teleport or grant you okay, this is probably the least interesting feature I've seen like this, unless there's a ton of jutsu that let you teleport. Transverse defense at 14th level, you learn speed, enables you to quickly dodge, lessen harm done to you during battle. When you would take damage from an attack with jutsu, you can use your reaction. Give yourself resistance to the attacks or jutsu's damage on this turn. But that's literally resistance to one attack. That's also kind of mediocre. 17th level, you've used teleportation, swift movement, techniques enough that you've learned to use it naturally. Bonus action, you can teleport 45 feet up to an unoccupied space you see. You can use your Blitz Sock and Blitz Step maneuvers to modify this feature. Superior Transposition at 20th level, you can unleash accelerated free action. You manifest 30-foot radius sphere centered on this point. Yourself and all creatures and loose objects within this space are subject to your control as an action, bonus action, or reaction by spending 1 die. You can select one creature or object you see and attempt to move it to any other space within the radius of the sphere. Affected creature or object must make a charisma save versus your ninjutsu or genjutsu save DC. Failed save, they are moved to the chosen point, unable to take reactions to this force movement. That's also underwhelming compared to what the first subclass got. I'm like, dang gummit, Pathfinder Scout. While you're gaining the Blitz Assault... Oh wait, I need to change pages. I'm only on page 104. I started on 88. Jutsu... Cannot add your... That's mediocre. Blitz Step. Cast a jutsu that allows you to teleport or increase its movement speed, spend die, increase distance. Increase the distance by a number of feet equal to 5 times the number rolled. That's mediocre. Blitz Sock. Each creature within 5 feet of you takes 4... That's at most 18 damage! That's not great! Blitz Guard. Reduce triggering damage by 5 for every 10 feet of movement. Your speed was reduced up to a maximum 10 times the result of your... Blitz Swap. You can expend a superiority die, swap places with them. Nope. Oh. Yeah, nope. Okay, besides the bonus damage you can give to your ally, this also kind of... All you're doing is literally, like, teleporting around the battlefield. You are not dealing damage yourself. You can't even really do status effects, unless there are status effects you can cause from teleport jutsu. So... I have 3 more subclasses till I get to the next class. Phantom Scout. You get D6 superiority die. Get a total of 6 superiority die and 8 maneuvers. Phantasm's Knowledge. You gain proficiency in illusions, insight, and stealth if you aren't already. When you would make a skill check using stealth, you can use wisdom in place of dexterity. I love the sheer number of subclasses that get features that say, okay, on these skills, you can use this ability modifier or this ability modifier. I love that. Additionally, when you would make a stealth check, you can spend 1 die and add it to your result. That's also pretty nice. Phantom's Power. At 3rd level, you compress your Phantasmic Chakra for bursts of ghastly power known as Phantasmic Power, represented as 1d6. Whenever a subsequent feature calls for Phantasmic Power, roll the d6 in addition to any other effects following the rules of the specified feature. You can only use your Phantasmic Power once per turn. Your Phantasmic Power grows as you gain levels, becoming 2d6 at 6th, 3d6 at 9th, 4d6 at 14th, 5d6 at 17th, and 6d6 at 20th. You begin with the ability to use your Phantasmic Power to enhance the power of your strikes by ripping it at your enemy's chakra once per turn. When you hit a creature with an attack that you had advantage on, you deal additional necrotic damage equal to your Phantasmic Power. Okay. What?
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if that was your voice or someone else's. 6th level, once per round, when you would roll your Phantasmic Power, if 2 or more dice are the same number, you regain 1 superiority die. Okay, this is also luck-based, but it becomes more likely as you gain levels, interestingly enough. Because if it's a 1 in 6 chance, at level 6, it is, oy vey, it is a 2 in 7 chance at level 9. It is a 5 out of 9 chance at level 14. And I don't know how to calculate the odds at level 17. So that is actually a pretty good way of regaining superiority die. Phantasm's Grip. At 6th level, you learn to make parts of your body and weapons ethereal to cut through the metaphysical manifestations of another. When you would deal damage with an attack, you may spend 1 die to cut through their spiritual essence. When you do, you force the creature to make a wisdom... Oh. 1 superiority die, cut through their spiritual essence. When you do, you force the creature to make a wisdom save versus your Tai or Genjutsu DC. On a failed save, the target suffers one of the following. Take psychic damage equal to half your Phantasmic Power and gains 2 ranks of Concussed. Ooh, first time we're having to look at this status effect. Concussed. What is Concussed? A concussed creature suffers a -1 penalty to all of their save DCs, meaning what you have to save against. A concussed creature suffers a -1 to all int-based checks, attack rolls, and saving throws, and checks for each rank it has. Concussed creature cannot gain the benefit of a rest, and a creature can spend its action to make if it has a medicine kit to make a DC 20 medicine check, ending the condition on a success. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. Take necrotic damage equal to your Phantasmic Power and gains 1 rank of Fear until the end of their next turn. The previous option's better. Wait. Nope, I'm over here. Take chakra damage equal to twice your Phantasmic Power, becomes unable to mold chakra until the end of their next turn. Is mold chakra just something that you have to do whenever you cast a jutsu?
I have no clue.
So that's something, again, I have no idea what it means. 9th level, Ghost Walk. You've learned to make your entire body ethereal. phasing through solid matter like a ghost. There's a bonus action, you can assume a spectral form. While in this form, you have a fly speed equal to half your move speed. You can hover and attack rolls have disadvantage against you. You can hover and attack rolls have disadvantage against you? To move through creatures, objects, and walls as if they were difficult terrain. Take 1d10 force damage if you would end your turn inside a space or creature on object. And or instead send it out to the nearest unoccupied space if you do so. This form does not allow you to pass through surfaces, barriers, or walls made by jutsu and reinforced with chakra. You can remain in this form for 10 minutes or until you end it as a bonus action. Regardless, once you use this feature once, you cannot use it again until you complete a long rest. If you would attempt to use this feature again, you must spend a superiority die. Why wouldn't you? Okay. I'm like, that is not that high of a cost for something this good. Especially as a 9th level feature. Unlike, especially considering how often you're rolling your phantasmic power, because if you were rolling your phantasmic power at least once you were doing it once a turn. And because of this, you're still able to attack things physically. Or with jutsu. I'm like, why wouldn't you? Ghastly Leech. At 14th level, when you would use your phantasmic power, you can select one of the rolled dice, regain either HP or chakra equal to the roll. You can gain the benefit of this feature a number of times equal to your proc bonus per long rest. That's also amazing. Ethereal Snap. Beginning at 17th level, you've mastered the art of becoming ethereal and have learned to even make it a part of your fighting style. You gain an additional use of your phantasmic power called Ethereal Snap. While you're gaining the benefit of your Ghost Walk class feature, when you would score a hit with a melee attack, you can reach into your enemy's body and rapidly shift from incorporeal to corporeal, forcibly snapping and twisting everything out of place. The affected creature must make a charisma save versus your Tire Genjutsu save DC. On a failed save, the target takes both chakra and necrotic damage equal to twice your phantasmic power and gains 3 ranks of concuss. You can only call upon this power twice per long rest. A creature who passes the saving throw does not spend a use of this feature. Wait, a creature who passes their saving throw does not force you to spend a use of this feature? Oh my goodness, that is amazing. That is... Okay, Phantom Scout, you're officially being given the Silver Place Award for this class at this point. Sorry, am I going too fast for you?
No.
Or is it just that there's something that you need to focus on and just...
I'm just waiting.
Waiting for the end of your shift?
No. It was either the Bezum, I was probably just waiting for Bezum.
Sorry.
That's fine.
In that case, meanwhile, close the book for momentarily. We will return momentarily. Hey, at least I haven't had any drop frames in like 30 minutes. Okay, so we were going over the limiters for that. And I had went over unpredictable. I had told you about either taking equipment or consumable. Correct?
Trying to find my note thing again. We stopped at, let's see, I had alternate attacks, which was using the limiters of unreliable 2, unpredictable 2, and equipment 1.
Okay.
And I said that the equipment thing was basically like an amulet that allowed them to like focus their power more properly.
Yep, that very much works for equipment 1. One of the other ones is technically activation 1. However, activation 1 is weird in this instance because you have extra actions. But note, because of how activation 1 works, what this means is that you can have 2 different eye beams, activate them, and on the next turn, both of them activate, dealing damage.
I see.
It is something that is very odd, but it is something that works.
So are you suggesting that I get activation 1?
Each limiter gives you an additional, basically effective rank to play around with for enhancement.
Oh.
Think of it that way.
Okay, yeah, let's go with activation 1.
Yeah, each limiter you take gives you 1 additional effective rank to play around with enhancements. And considering you're making ranged attacks, you're going to need to take the ranged enhancement at least, like, I'd say, a minimum of 2 times,
so put
or,
that
or 3 times.
So what, should I put that under alternate attacks?
Yes. Note that you might be making more than 1 alternate attack, but this is to give a baseline of what to give every single one of them.
So it's just labeled ranged enhancement?
Yes, it is labeled ranged, and 2 assignments is 10 meters, 3 assignments is 100 meters, to give you some idea.
Let's go with 3 then, just to be dirty.
Okay. So, did you put backlash in?
Backlash? No.
Yes.
No, I did. No, I did not.
Okay. So, one of the things that, to me, also, I feel like always fits if you have a attribute that has both unreliable and unpredictable, is to give it backlash 3. Basically, it means that something happens if you fail. Something bad happens if you fail the roll. This isn't like rocks fall, everyone dies. It is just like this is always some sort of mishap, whether it be like you can't remember what you had for breakfast this morning.
Oh.
Or like you suddenly get a massive migraine and you can't think straight.
I see.
It is unique depending on how you flavor each one of these. But the reason I say backlash 3 is that technically you can't have backlash 2 ever affect you, which I consider a little bit cheesy.
So you didn't want me getting cheesy with this?
No, and it's mainly just because of... Remember, you already get either a plus 12 or a plus 13 to the attack roll of this. So in order for backlash to even trigger, one, you would have to be against something that has a defense combat value high enough to resist that one. And two, you would have to roll a minimum of a nat 2 because if you took unpredictable 2. In order for Backlash 3 to even trigger. That makes sense?
Okay.
Unless you want to have, like, several different alternate weapons and you to have, like, limited charges on those weapons, I don't think taking charges 1 is something you want.
Fair enough.
Note that charges 1 is still, like, you get to use it, like, 5 times a session. And remember, Besem combat is usually pretty fast. So, even only being able to use something like 2 or 3 times a session or in-universe day is still a considerable margin.
Fair enough.
But we've already went over consumable. Concentration doesn't work because if concentration can't be put on a weapon attribute. Delay takes too long. Dependent would be really weird to put in here. Weapon attributes are automatically detectable. Emotional is kind of hard to quantify. Imbue lets you give other people that attribute, but we aren't doing that. Irreversible doesn't apply. Localized doesn't apply. Maximum doesn't apply. Permanent doesn't apply. Recovery also doesn't apply. So unless you can come up with unique limiters, that is pretty much all of the limiters we can mess with right now.
Okay.
So, you've already put range 3 onto this, correct?
Yep, I put ranged enhancement 3 and backlash 3.
Nope, that's the one I needed. Okay, so go down here. So, okay. So, first off, count up the total limiters and enhancements you currently have.
Okay, from everything?
Yes. for what you have for alternate effect. Alternate
okay,
attack.
for mimic level 4, I can only mimic body-based attributes.
No, not mimic, just for alternate attacks.
Unreliable 2, unpredictable 2, equipment 1, activation 1, backlash 3.
So that's a total of 9 if I didn't miscount. Correct?
Correct.
And you have 3 ranks of ranged on it, correct?
Yes.
So that boosts effective weapon level by 6 at current. Okay, so.
Now we go back to massive damage?
No, massive damage is something completely different. Right now we would be looking at the other enhancements for alternate attacks, and now you start making additional ones.
Oh, okay.
So, because there's a bunch of different potential enhancements. Okay, so For example, this was actually kind of funny. The first one, because if this is a ranged attack, you can put auto fire onto this. This allows multiple hits to be scored on a successful attack roll. The character scores a number of hits depending on how successful the attack is. 1 hit if it exceeds the total defense roll by 0 to 3, 2, 4 to 6, 3 by 7 to 9, etc. Each hit delivers separate damage, which is important when considering armor rating. A weapon with auto fire can also be used to spray an area, sweeping it back and forth. When doing so, the weapon loses the usual benefit of auto fire and instead gains 1 assignment of spreading an auto fire. Okay, that last line is completely irrelevant. So here you would start by saying, like, alternate attack 1 is like a line beneath what you've written tabbed in.
What?
Okay, so for what you put for alternate attacks, that's just one section. This would be like a subheading under this. That makes sense?
Okay. So what do I put under this?
So it'd be like AA1 space dash space, and if any of these sound interesting, you add them in. Note you do not want to add more than 6 enhancements to any one subheading, okay?
Okay, I have an AA1 ready.
Yes. So, based off of what I said, does auto fire sound like you want to design one of your alternate attacks around it? Yes or no?
That sounds really cool, actually, just to be a little petty and cheesy about it, because I have 100 meters to this.
Okay, auto fire is 3 enhancements.
I see. Also, I'm trying to find a Naga design.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So the next one we have is Blight. The target suffers double damage or double effect when relevant from a Blight attack if they do not make a successful body roll to resist its effects. If the roll is successful, the target only suffers 1/5 the damage. This enhancement represents weapons that might not fully affect the target even when the attack is successful, such as a poisonous attack to which the target could exhibit resistance. Target number for the body stat roll depends on the number of times Blight is assigned. 12 for 1, 15 for 2, 18 for 3. Target's immutable attribute adds a bonus to the effects of Blight.
What did you say? Because I just found a design and I just put in auto fire.
I went over the next enhancement, which is Blight. Target will suffer double damage from a Blight attack if they do not make a successful body stat roll to resist its effects. If the roll is successful, the target only suffers 1/5 damage. The enhancement represents weapons that might not fully affect the target, even when the attack is successful, such as poisonous attack to which the target could exhibit resistance. Target number for the body stat roll depends on the number of times Blight is assigned. 12 for 1, 15 for 2, 18 for 3. Target's immutable attribute adds a bonus resist to the effects of Blight.
I have no clue, honestly, on that one.
Remember, you can also make more than one alternate attack. So, like, you could literally have, like, a radiation beam, so to speak.
Wait, so auto fire, even just with one rank, is just counted as 3.
Most enhancements usually only have 1 rank, or they are cost 1 and can go up to a certain amount. Auto fire is one that you can only take once, and it costs three enhancements for that 1 rank.
Ah.
That makes sense?
Fair enough.
We're going to skip contact because if you can't really do contact with a ranged attack, that makes no daggum sense. Contagious. The attack's damage or other effects will be passed on to others who touch or otherwise contact the target. Anyone affected by the contagious weapon may negate the contagion and stop them from spreading it to others by making a successful average stat roll, target number 12, with no modifier 1 assignment, minor obstacle for 2, and a major obstacle for 3. On the roll, the stat roll is normally checked against the body stat, but mystical or cybernetic may be mind or soul as appropriate. Contagious is often combined with the toxic limiter.
That probably wouldn't work, would it?
Again, you have to think of, like, just like any potential type of beam attack that you could do, because of, like, I could definitely see ways you could definitely rule that to pull it off.
Also,
by, like,
I sent you the design.
Neat, though that's more like a lizard book. I see multiple legs and heads, by the way.
Oh.
Continuing. This represents poison, pools of acid, flaming liquid, or similar attacks that deal lingering damage over several rounds. The initial attack damage penetrates the opponent's armor rating. The target will take extra damage over time. The end of each subsequent round, following the attack, the character will suffer a loss of health points equal to 1/5 the original damage inflicted. Armor rating does not protect against this. This continues for 1 round for each assignment continuing has until the effect is somehow neutralized. It should depend on the type of attack and may require several rounds for full neutralization. This type of continuing effect only applies to the weapon's damage and not to special abilities from other enhancements. Continuing can be defined as an hourly effect in which the same damage as the original attack every hour after the attack, or a daily, which inflicts the same damage every day. This variation is only ever one assignment, and may best represent a slow disease or poison to the attack.
I just sent you another design. It is a little
tiny. Okay, that's more like a Naga.
That is a little tiny on the pictures.
I know. We can blow it up some way or another. Okay. I doubt that continuing even really functions in that way for what you would be wanting. But we still have a bunch more to do. The next one is Drain. Drain, the weapon causes the victim to lose points from one of their stats. For example, a loss of body can represent decrepitude, disease, rot, poison, or rapid aging. A loss of mind can represent insanity, a tranquilizer, or psionic blast. Loss of soul can represent despair, fear, torment, or corruption. In addition to health points lost, the specified stat is reduced by 1 for every assignment of the Drain enhancement. For example, weapon Drain 2 Mind would reduce the victim's mind stat by 2 with a successful attack, in addition to the weapon's normal attack damage. Lenses that reduce the damage delivered by a weapon with Drain, such as armor or force field, offer limited protection against the Drain effect as well. For every 5 points... What?
Oh, that Drain just sounds rude, and I love it.
For every 5 damage the protection provides against the attack, 1 enhancement assignment is negated. To design an attack that only reduces stat value without physical injury, create an effective level -1 weapon. Drain points return at the rate of 1 every hour. Losing stat values will require the combat value to be recalculated appropriately, but not other derived values. Character reduced to 0 body is paralyzed and cannot move. Character with 0 mind is mindless and will act in an illogical, primal, or animalistic manner. Character with 0 soul is broken and lacks all drive or motivation. Note that Drain Body, Drain Mind, and Drain Soul are 3 different enhancements, by the way.
Oh, I'll gladly go with Drain, but I don't know which Drain would be the best here.
Remember, you can make more than 1 alternate attack. So long as you end up having the points necessary to purchase them. And remember, you buying weapon in this fashion, weapon only costs 1 point per level in this fashion. And because of the weapon that you're using as base, you cannot have an attack in this instance have more than 4 base levels.
Oh. So, how much Drain can I take?
Okay, that's why I'm saying, okay. What you have to consider your limit here is that, like, for example, you could make a... It depends on whether you want this to be damaging or non-damaging. Because if you want this to be non-damaging, you can literally put that auto fire on, because if that still leaves you with 3 additional points left over. You can then buy 2 points of each Drain attribute, and then similarly purchase it so that it's level 3. That brings the effective level down to -1, meaning that it doesn't do damage, but it does go ahead and drain 2 points off of each stat each time it hits.
Okay, so what would you suggest on this matter then?
It really depends on which one you want to do the most, which one seems the most useful, or like, because of like, this is really a nefarious feature if you think about it.
Okay, I think I know exactly what I'm going to do here. It won't damage, but it will drain 2 of each.
Yeah.
So let's go with...
You may as well start writing down AA2, just so that way you have
basically
potential lines for additional options.
So first the AA1, it's auto fire, non-damaging, then each of the drains, but at rank 2.
No, the reason I said it was non-damaging is that each enhancement of drain costs 1 enhancement point.
Okay.
That's a total of 6 enhancements. So 6 plus the 3, that's a total of 9 off of the 6 that you had remaining. So that means you have to buy 3 ranks of weapon to get that to 0, and that pushes that to -1, meaning that all it does is the effects of drain on hit.
Okay, so how do I do this? So auto fire and then drain 2 on the first one?
It'd be drain 2. It'd either be drain (mind 2, drain body 2, or it'd be like drain 2 mind.
Let's make AA1 for body.
Well, alright. I'm trying to give additional description.
I'm basically having...
You have to show me what your notes look like eventually.
This is what I've got so far. Give me a moment. Oh yeah, I'm planning on having each of my AAs do a drain on each of the attributes. Between body, mind, and soul. I could get a little nefarious about it, because you wanted the Taskmaster Cyclops mix. We're delivering the Cyclops Taskmaster mix.
Make sure to put a 3 after the auto fire to note that auto fire costs 3.
There we go.
Yes.
Got it.
So technically that's 5 enhancements. Okay.
Now for AA2.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So another thing is, this is resisted by armor, and one of the things is that most of the other PC species do have armor in some form or fashion built into them. The other one, oddly, is actually the you and the Piscarians. Well, not you as in, like, you, but is in the Nagas, you.
Oh.
Actually, no, wait, you do have 1 rank of armor. Durr.
Nope.
Which is that I'm actually going to skip forward a little bit to the inconspicuous enhancement. This, like auto fire, counts as 3. Most weapons attacks have a visible component that makes it easy for targets to determine who is attacking them. An attack with the inconspicuous enhancement provides no such indication. What?
Mean inconspicuous.
That's what I said.
So it says inconspicuous. That's 3.
Yes. Provides no such indication that it is about to strike and does not reveal the identity of the attacker. This may result in the attacker gaining surprise, which prevents the victim from making a defense roll.
Wait, so if I am inconspicuous, can I still put drain mind to on this?
Okay, because of the fact that the original example I gave didn't have inconspicuous and had it all 3. Yes, though it reduces the overall damage that this does because of your reducing the effective weapon level.
These alternate attacks are mostly probably going to be for debuff, just to be nasty.
Point is that you actually want inconspicuous on any feature any attack that has drain on it, because of that goes ahead and means that it bypasses armor.
Oh, okay. So instead of auto fire on the first, I want inconspicuous.
Yes. Auto fire helps the drain go off more, but if you're looking at doing the drain damage, you want inconspicuous first, because of even if you aren't dealing damage with the attack, the drain will occur.
Yeah, all three of the drains are going. These are basically my These three AAs are going to be my debuffs. My main attack is still going to be my source of damage.
Well, okay, this is why I'm saying this. You can put, if you take off auto fire,
which I did, and I put inconspicuous on instead.
You can put all three at level 2. This one would be weapon level 3, and so that makes it a -1 level weapon, which means when this hits, it drains 2 from body, mind, and soul, no matter the target's armor attribute.
Okay. I'm basically saying, like, I will have 3 different alternate attacks, but my main attack will still be doing damage.
Fair. I'm telling you how that would visibly look and function.
That's if I'm going with the point of having all 3 have conspicuous and still doing 2 things at a time.
No, I mean you. Alternate attack 1 has all 3 drains at 2 ranks, totaling 6, and then has inconspicuous on it, which is another 3 ranks, totaling 9. And then this is weapon level 3, so that means it's effective level -1, meaning it does no damage on hit, but it drains 2 from each on attack.
So it would be worded like inconspicuous 3, then drain body, mind, and soul 2.
Yes, usually it'd be listed out in 3 separate things, but I'm not fussing over that at the moment.
Okay, so that's my debuff attack.
No, that'd just be one kind of debuff attack you can technically have. There's more kinds of debuffs in this system, dearie.
Oh, lordy. So I'm basically going to be the cheapest. I'm just going to be attacking very like a cheese guy. Like, oh, where am I? Where am I?
All right. So.
Oh, crap. I got to hang up because it's almost 3 o'clock.
All right.
But hopefully, I'm guessing we're almost done though.
With the specific enhancements, I'd say that we're probably halfway done.
Okay.
With potential options you could have.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. See you around. Hopefully, we'll be able to play Dino Crisis later.
Hopefully. Excuse me. Do not close a book on another book, James. It's bad for it. All right. After that hour distraction, back to the Phantom. At level 20, you can become a ghastly figure of complete terror. Shut up, Grayshill Plays. You gain the following benefits. You can now use Phantasmic Power twice per turn. You can now use Ghost Walk twice per short rest. And Ghastly Leech now allows you to select 2 dice instead of 1. Okay. That's all just benefits on top of your prior benefits. I'm like, yeah. Ghastly Strike. When you deal damage with an attack, you can quickly make the attack ethereal, attacking their mind by spending 1 die. Damage of the attack becomes psychic damage, adding 3 times the result of the die to the result. Target must then make a wisdom saving throw versus the attack's type DC, if weapon or unarmed taijutsu. On a failed save, the target gains 1 rank of slowed. The target of this maneuver attack has 2 or more combined ranks of fear, slow, and or concussed. You instead add 5 times the result to the... What? Oh, okay. Ghastly Visage is a bonus action. You can spend 1 die. When you do, you transform your body into one with either a horrifying physique or a calming look. Horrifying. Hostile creatures within 30 feet of you make a wisdom save versus your Genju DC. On a failed save, they drop their weapons, must spend all their movement attempting to get away from you, and are unable to make hand signs until the end of their next turn. Calming. All allied creatures within 30 feet of you currently charmed, berserk, dazed, feared, or blinded, or healed of one of the listed conditions. Okay, that's not bad. Ghastly Wail. You can release a powerful echoing or ghostly chakra that vibrates the spirits of those caught within. Spending a die, all creatures, your choice, must make a charisma save versus your ninja or genju save DC. On a failed save, the affected creatures are blinded and gain 2 ranks of concussed. Wow, that's actually really nice. That's actually really nice. Phantom Avoidance. You become ethereal just as a strike would hit you as a reaction. Spend 1 superiority dice. When you do, you become incorporeal just as the attack would hit you. You take reduced... Nope, that's terrible. That's terrible. Boo! Boo! Boo, Phantom Avoidance! Boo! Phantom Claw. You layer your attacks and chakra. Tear through your target's chakra coils by spending 1 dice. You can change the damage type next attack to a chakra damage. On a hit, you deal your attack's damage plus your phantasmic power, plus twice your superiority dice result, to the damage total, and forcing the target to make an int save versus the save DC. On a failed save, the affected creature gets 3 ranks of confused. If you use this maneuver while you are hidden or the target is unaware of your location, increase the damage to twice your weapon unarmed damage plus 4 times the superiority die. And increase the inflicted ranks of confusion on a failed save to 5 freaking ranks. Holy moly, that is amazing. That is amazing. Holy cow, Phantom Claw. Phantom Haunting. When a creature... Actually, let me double check. Before I pass judgment. Confused. A confused creature suffers -1 to all wisdom-based attack checks, attack rolls, and saving throws for each rank it has. Confused creature who would target hostile or friendly creatures in attack must make a DC 8 flat check or attack the creature closest to them, ignoring allied or hostile distinctions. For each rank, the DC increases by 1 to a max of 12. Confused creature cannot choose targets when a Jutsu feature or trait would allow them to pick. All creatures in range become the target, ignoring ally or hostile distinctions, including itself. As an action, a confused creature can make a DC 15 ability check, ending this condition on a success. Okay, yeah, that's good. Phantom Haunting. When a creature within 5 feet of you would move away from you any number of feet, you may, as a reaction, spend 1 die. When you do, you become invisible, move a number of feet up to your max speed, ignoring difficult terrain and other creature spaces. Ending your movement as close as possible to the triggering creature. Your invisibility immediately ends. As you make a single weapon attack against the creature at advantage. Okay, that's mediocre. Phantom Movement. When you would make a saving throw or skill check in an attempt to move through an impassable surface, such as adamantine barrier or non-elemental jutsu forge caves, you may spend 1 die. When you do, you become ethereal, becoming able to move through those surfaces with ease till the end of your current turn. Add the result of your die to your saving throw or double the result to your skill check made to move towards or through the impossible surface, barrier, or wall. It's okay, but it's Ghastly Wall and Phantom Claw are the 2 standouts here. Shadow Snatch. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you would hit an allied creature, excluding yourself, with an attack, you spend a superiority die. When you do, you create a ghostly web of chakra that grabs a hold of the ethereal selves, reducing their attack roll by the result. Shadow Drain. When a creature you see within 30 feet of you gains a bonus to hit or damage from a jutsu feature trait, you may spend a superiority die. When you do, you attempt to drain and steal a bit of their power through their shadow into your own. You must make a wisdom save versus Ninju or Genju. Failed save, they lose the pit. While you gain the benefit of that bonus to hit or damage for a number of turns equal to half the result of your... Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, Phantom, you take the silver medal. You take the silver medal. Tactical Scout. To resist, saving throw for each maneuver is listed within the maneuver itself. You get D10 superiority die, and they recover over 10 minutes. You get 10 maneuvers moan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you have over 10 maneuvers in this subclass, and you get 10 die and 10 maneuvers zone. Okay. Master of Tactics. Unlike other Shinobi, your ability to control combat comes from your masterful control of battlefield and acumen. Once per turn, you can choose to spend 1 die. When you do, either yourself or 1 ally. Chosen creature gains a bonus to the next D20 equal to the result. Creature can gain the benefit of this in this way twice per rest. Getting 6th level, whenever you roll a nat 20 on an ability check, skill check or saving throw, whenever you, not anyone, not your party, just you roll a nat 20, you will gain 1 superiority die. That makes it really tough to restore, because that's only a 5% chance. Most of the other subclasses have had better odds to restore their superiority die. Tactical superiority. No, wait. Signature maneuver. 3rd level, you've learned to efficiently... Okay, I'm going to grab you and pull you so you are not in the periphery of my view now. Thank you. Sorry, that one bugged me. Far better than another shinobi. You consider your peers, select one maneuver that you know with the tactical keyword. You know can no longer spend die on that maneuver, but when you use it, you must roll a d4 and use it instead once per turn. You can select the second maneuver at 9th level. You can switch all selected signature maneuvers when you would complete a rest. Okay. Tactical superiority. 6th level, your training has led you down a path unexplored by many. You've made it your job to become the most well-prepared shinobi in a room full of shinobi someone can consider superior to you. Select a maneuver from one of the following scout and in subclasses. Learning it and adding it to your maneuvers known. Not counting it against your known maneuvers limit. If the maneuver has the specialized keyword, you cannot take it. You can select one more of these maneuvers at 14th and 20th. You can take from the arbiter. Oh, that's spicy right there. So wait. Oh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Alright, that's actually really nice. At 9th level, your knowledge and experience has provided you with amplified knowledge on how to handle difficult, not impossible situations. You can gain the benefit of 2 generalizations of your choice at a time. What? From the Jack of All, Master of None class feature? Oh, that's from the actual base class. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, that's actually, again, pretty dang good. Mastered Signature Jutsu. 14th level, others wish they were of your caliber. You may gain the benefit of an additional feature granted by the Signature Technique class feature. Also nice. 17th level, you can choose the final benefit granted by the Signature Jutsu class feature. That kind of doesn't mean anything because of signature power is kind of awful. See, 20th level, you gain the benefit of any number of maneuvers you would like per attack. Additionally, you may gain the benefit of an additional generalization granted by Jack of All, Master of None feature. Really? Well, this is really the superior disarming trick. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you expend 1 die. Add the die to the attack's damage roll, and if the target is large or smaller, it makes a strength save versus your DC. On a failed save, target's knocked prone. Disarmed and kicked its weapon if any 10 feet in their movement. Wow, that's a lot. Superior feint. When you do, your attack is made in a way to completely overcome the target's defenses. Reduce the target's AC against the attack by an amount equal to half the result of your superiority die. Also, it's funny. Out of the Phantom's maneuvers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's literally only 9 maneuvers for the Phantom, and you get to learn 8 of them. Only 2 of them do not have the specialized keyword, making the Phantom be on that list kind of useless, especially since 2 of them that don't have it aren't that good. Reduce the target's AC against the attack by them. Okay, nope. Superior Feint is also bloody disappointing. Superior maneuvers. You can expand 1 die to maneuver one of your comrades in a more advantageous position. The creature can move its full movement speed without preventing attacks or opportunity. Gain bonus to the next attack roll. It's good, but we've seen better. Superior precision. You're attempting to strike the most vital point open against the target. You can spend a 4 superiority die. When you do, increase your attack's critical threat range by 1 for each die spent. What? If you hit, you add twice. On a hit, you add all spent superiority dice to the... Huh? I'm confused. Does that mean you... No, you're adding the spent die. If you're adding the spent die, that means all you're doing is adding the amount of die spent to the damage. So if you spent 2, you're adding 2 to the damage. But wait. Nope, amplified, critical, and specialized. You can't stack them. Well, that sucks. Superior riposte. Make a melee weapon. When missing, you can use your reaction. If you hit, you add twice your die to the attack's damage roll, and the creature gains 1 rank of weakened. This is mediocre. Weaken does not help much. Suppression. You impart a lasting weight to them regardless of the results. Spend 1 die, reducing their next saving throw by half the result. Nope. Tactical breakthrough. Nope. Tactical escape. You gain disengage and dash actions. And gain advantage on all athletics or dex or acrobatics checks until the end of your next turn. Also, bleh. Tactical override. Spend 1 die. If the target would gain a bonus to their AC as a reaction-based jutsu feature or trait, you reduce the bonus by an amount equal to the result to a minimum of their AC prior to the jutsu's activation. Also, tactical parry. Spend 1 die to reduce the damage 3 times your superiority die. If you would spend your reaction to cast jutsu that will regain damage or grants you 10 HP, you could instead spend a superiority die and adding the result to the temp HP of the first instance damage reduced. That creature can immediately use its reaction to cast an action or use 1 jutsu of C rank or lower, adding the superior dice to the attack or damage roll. Okay, tactical strike is good. Tactical technique. When you would make a weapon attack with a weapon with the disarm, grapple, multi-attack, or versatile properties, spend 1 die enhancing that effect until the end of your next turn. Disarm or grapple. The opposing creature makes their skill check at disadvantage. Multi-attack. You can make 2 weapon attacks with this weapon as bonus action, adding your ability modifier. Versatile. The versatile damage die is doubled until the end of the current turn. Next up, Trickster. We still have, this is the last one. Superior Trickster, D6 superiority die. You get 8 total and you get 6 maneuvers. Void Soul Awakening. You can learn a Fuinjitsu. Create a chakra construct. This chakra construct can be summoned as bonus action. Occupies your space alongside you. It's visible to all creatures who can mold chakra. While summoned, you can calculate your AC using your charisma in place of dex. Once summoned, you can command it by spending your action, bonus, or reactions. Has a number of jutsu equal to your proficiency bonus. Void Soul can only access jutsu which you could normally qualify for. Keyword, jutsu, etc. +1 keyword that you don't have access to. Any one nature, release, or medical keyword. Your Void Soul cannot cast combination jutsu. You can switch your Void Soul's jutsu known when you would gain a level. It uses its own ability scores for the purpose of qualifying for jutsu. Holy cow! Then jutsu are added to your known jutsu list, but you cannot cast them, only your Void Soul can. Wow, is it trying to make itself complicated? It looks like it. Movement speed is equal to yours. If you would end your turn more than 120 feet, it is resummoned in your space. It uses your chakra when casting its jutsu. Uses your saving throw proficiencies. If you and your Void Soul would make a saving throw against the same effect, you only make one save. Can dismiss Void Soul's bonus action on your turn or when it falls unconscious. You calculate your Void Soul's ability scores based on the strength of your personality. Your Void Soul does not have ability scores like a normal creature, but instead only mobility modifiers. Gain number of points to spend equal to your charisma modifier times 3, which raises any ability modifier by +1 of your choice. Maximum is +6. Whew! So, you can only get, if you're +5 charisma, you get 15 points to allocate. Which means you can max 2 ability scores. Wait, I just noticed something. It doesn't have a feature that lets you regain superiority dice. Oh no! Next page. Trickster Soul Binding. 6th level, you learn to fuse your soul, becoming your true, fully realized self. Bonus action, you fuse your Void Soul for 1 minute. Treat as if you had summoned your Void Soul, but you cannot summon them as a separate creature with the Void Soul Awakening class feature. This form ends early. Fusion manifests itself as a helmet or mask of your description. While fused, you gain following benefits. You can use the feature once per short rest. If you attempt to gain it, you must spend 1 die to do so if you want to use it again. Once per turn, when you would score a critical hit, rolling natural 20 on a skill or ability check, or a hostile creature critically fails versus again you cast, you regain 2 superiority dice. Okay, that's nice. Select 1 ability modifier your Void Soul has. Increase your same ability modifier to match the Void Soul's, ignoring your listed ability score for the duration. Okay, that's also nice. Trickster Spirit. You have advantage on Wisdom and Charisma saving throws and skill checks. And skill checks? That's also really good. If you could dual archetype the Trickster and the Arbiter, that'd be really, really good. Heat Riser. 9th level, your ability to drag down enemies or to enhance the hearts of your allies have strengthened. When you use a Trickster maneuver on a creature, you may, as a part of the same reaction, use another maneuver targeting the same creature. Maneuver selected must either help or hinder the target's... What? You must spend a die as normal. If the triggering effect would boost, increase, or aid the creature, the additional maneuver must boost, increase, or aid the creature in some way. What? Oh, if the triggering effect would impose a penalty, the additional maneuver must impose a penalty, reduce or hinder the creature in some way. Okay, so basically, Okay. So basically, that means that you can go ahead and use any two debuffs or buffs as part of the same action. But you still have to spend superiority die on it. 14th level, your ability... Well... Actually, no, that has great synergy with Trickster Soul Binding. Willpower Surge. 14th level, your ability to call upon your Void Soul has reached a new level of control and prowess. When casting a jutsu without your Void Soul active, you may temporarily call upon your Void Soul. When you do this, your Void Soul momentarily comes forth and casts the jutsu for you. When you cast it this way, the jutsu ignores any hand-side components. Additionally, the jutsu deals additional damage equal to 3 times your charisma ability modifier, once per casting. Alternatively, if you're benefiting from Trickster Soul Binding when you're using this feature, you can both cast the jutsu simultaneously, enhancing it. Gain previous benefit allotted by this feature, though it can now occur up to twice per casting. Regardless, you may use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma ability modifier per long rest. You attempt to use this feature when you have no more uses left. You may spend a die to use it. 17th level, your resolve is strengthened. Void Soul is strengthened as well. Your Void Soul gains immunity to non-chakra enhanced attacks or resistance to 2 types of damage of your choice. Okay. Alternatively, while you are gaining the benefit of your Trickster Soul Binding, you gain one of the following benefits. You must complete a long rest to switch the which benefit you gain. Messiah, a creature within 60 feet of you would be reduced to 0 HP or less. You can, as a reaction, spend 1 die. When you do, they instead fall to 1 hit point and they gain temp HP equal 5. Izanagi, when you would spend a die targeting an ally creature, if the combined total of their d20 and your superiority die is 20 or greater, they treat the roll as if it's a natural 20. Ooh. Okay. That's good. I'm not saying that. Your superiority dies are now D8s, and the die used for Trickster's words become D8 as well. What's Trickster's word? Oh, okay. Well, the weird thing is that Trickster's words is per rest. That's also per rest, but honestly, Izanagi's better. Mastery of self, the resolve in your heart has reached its apex. Your will cannot be faltered, and you are now able to stand all the hardships in life while your Void Soul is summoned, or gaining Trickster's Soul Binding. You gain immunity to Charm, Fear, Berserk, Dazed, and Weakened. Okay. Raikunda. You spend a superiority die to weaken creature's defensive capabilities. Takes additional damage next time that they take damage before the end of the current turn. Your attack does not trigger a saving throw. The infected creature must make a charisma save. This maneuver is used by your Void Soul while the additional damage increase. Nope. That's not terribly good. Tarunda. You can expend a superiority die to cripple a creature's power. Record the result. Target creature must make a strength save versus Nin or Tai. Failed save, the next attack or jutsu the target makes or casts has its damage reduced by the result of twice the superiority die. This maneuver is used by your Void Soul or while you are benefiting from Trickster Soul Binding. You instead reduce the damage by 3 times the result. Also not useful. Secunda. Spend 1 dice, record the result. Target creature must make a wisdom save versus your tire again. On a failed save, the target attack bonuses are reduced by an amount equal to the result till the end of their next turn. This maneuver is used by your Void Soul or what? Nope, that's also not useful. Charge. Bonus action, expend a die, strengthen tire Buki. The next time you deal damage, you reroll all 1s and 2s. If this maneuver is used, or while you're benefiting, you also add twice the die result. That's kind of good compared to the first 3. Concentrate. Bonus action and spend a die to strengthen the next Nin or Genju that you cast. Next time you deal damage, you reroll all 1s and 2s. So basically, the first one was for Tai or Buki, this one was for Ninju or Genju. Power up focus. Next time you deal damage with a jutsu you cast, you increase the damage die by 1 step. This maneuver is used by your Void Soul or while you are benefiting from Trickster's points soul binding. You instead increase the damage die by 2 steps. Okay, that's actually really good. That's really good. Rakukaja. Target an ally creature within 20 feet of you and roll your next attack made against it or gains a bonus to the next saving throw made equal to the result. Whichever comes first. Its first maneuver. What? To run damage type, the last number of turns. Okay. Tarukaja. Target when one of your attacks, you can spend 1 die, strengthen the ally, roll your die. The next attack the target makes is heightened. Increase the attack and damage roll by the result, or if they have cast a jutsu that requires a saving throw, increase the save DC by half the result, whichever comes first. This maneuver is used by your Binding Soul or while using the Trickster Binding. They also reroll all 1s and 2s, taking the second result. Or they increase the save DC by the total result instead of half. Okay, that's also pretty good. Sukukaja. Yes, I realize these are Persona references. Get off me. This counts as the allied creature immediately takes their turn. This counts as their turn for the round. What? Nope, this is the worst one. Revolution, bonus action, expend a superiority dice, the highest stakes gamble you can make. Record the superiority to ice result. All willing creatures within 60 feet of you gain a bonus to their crit threat range. Wait, what? Equal to half the result of your die until the end of each of their turns? They also gain vulnerability to the next instance of damage they take before the end of your next turn. If this maneuver is used by your Void Soul, you reduce the cost of each creature's next jutsu cast by the result of your superiority die. Ooh, that's really, really worrying. But honestly, it's like the best thing they have besides focus. Alright. I finally got one class done. I need to put some medicine on. I need to start making some food. I'm not ending the stream here. Put this back over here. Wash my hand. Come over, grab plate. Grab plate. Go ahead, grab you. I am so glad that the inside of the fridge is made of plastic, because otherwise I would have just had a big mess on my hands. A lot. Put you here. Take you out. Blah, blah. Set you. Pull you over here. Set you on top of it. Just so that way I have easier access to it. Alright. We're finally on to the second class of... Well, this is like the 7th class in this document. Taijutsu Specialist. So, D12 hit die, D6 chakra. Efficiency is light, medium... Well, the problem is analyzing it based off of this is really hard to do, honestly. Like, super duper hard to do. Because of every class gets 3 saving throws. Every class gets 3 to 4 skill proficiencies. And this is not including the skill proficiencies you get from both your background and your clan. Every single clan gets at least 2 skill proficiencies, and every background gets 2 skill proficiencies. So yeah, there's that too. Martial defense. Yeah, while you are wearing no armor, your AC is 10 plus prof? Plus your dex modifier? You add your prof bonus to your armor class. Excuse me, what? What? Fifth level, you learn how to blend your martial prowess with a set number of techniques. Learn from teachings and theory of sealsmiths. You gain 2 guard slots which can be used to infuse yourself with taijutsu techniques meant to mimic any minor armor seal you would like. Fusing yourself with such a seal must be done over the course of a full rest. Additionally, you cannot gain the benefits of this feature while you are not using this feature's AC calculation. You gain access to a refined armor seal in 1 additional slot at 9th level, greater in 1 additional slot at 13th, and superior in 1 additional at 17th. What? Is this a separate section at the end of this class document for this? I'm also going to grab my mad go-tos. I don't drink it often. Oh wait, my camera's not on. Derp. It's not often, but when I do, I have my jug. Bear in mind, the only real reason I do that is I'm a bachelor. I have no one else to care about if I drink directly from it. Unarmed technique primarily uses unarmed strikes and taijutsu specialist weapons, which are bracers, iron claws, quarterstaffs, and chaku, tonfa, and knuckle blades. Choose one of the Tai stances located in Chapter 13. You gain following benefits while you're in a taijutsu stance or wielding only taijutsu specialist weapons. Taijutsu, and you can use strength or dex for the attack and damage rolls and save DC calculations of your unarmed strikes, tai specialist weapons, taijutsu, and athletics and martial arts skill. You can roll a d6 in place of the normal damage of your unarmed strike or weapons that you are proficient with. Increases to a d8 at 6th and a d10 at 11th. Finally, at first level, you focus on taijutsus, prepare your body for the strain of performing these techniques better than others could even dream of. This training has enabled you to utilize taijutsu in such an efficient way. Other forms of efficiency actively hinder your masterfully honed skill. Taijutsu you cast are always cast with a predetermined chakra cost, instead ignoring its listed cost unless it's special. D is 3, C is While benefiting from this class feature, you cannot gain the benefit of other forms of cost reduction regardless of the source. Choose not to use this feature when you would cast a taijutsu. Excuse me. Taijutsu you cast of the following ranks still have associated base costs at all times. Upcasting still increases the cost of the jutsu as listed in its text. Martial Adept. You gain a technique, which is manifested in form of martial arts die, which are D4, go to D6 at 9th, D8 at 17th. Beginning of each of your turns, you manifest a pool equal to the value shown in the dice column, which is this. Of an amount equal to... You can spend your die to complete any number of martial techniques or taijutsu specialist class features. Unspent martial die are lost at the beginning of each of your turns. Okay, I like that. You begin by knowing 4 of such techniques, learning more as you level up. All techniques are referring to your taijutsu specialist class level. Additionally, any martial techniques that require a saving throw use your taijutsu DC. Enhanced movement. Your speed increases by 10 feet while not wearing a heavy armor. Increases to 15 feet at 6th, 20 at 9th, 25 at 13th, and 30 by 17th. Taijutsu style. Another true capstone class! Sorry, I love true capstone classes if you haven't been able to tell. Extra attack. Attacks you make with the attack action count is chakra enhanced. Evasion. At 7th level, your agility lets you dodge out of the way of certain area effects. The jutsu allows you to make a dex save to only take half damage. You instead take no damage, suffer no effects. And only half damage if you fail. 7th level, your attacks become imbued with your chakra naturally. Each strike becoming more and more lethal as more chakra is packed behind each blow. When you cast a tie, gain the following one of the following benefits up to what? Melee taijutsu, you make that deal unarmed damage, add 1 damage die to your unarmed damage. Or taijutsu attacks, ignore half the creature's damage reduction. Being at 10th level, when a jutsu or effect with Fuinjutsu keyword would force you to make a saving throw to resist its effect, you can add a d4 to the will. To the roll. At 11th, you gain a bonus to your initiative equal to your int, wisdom, or charisma. Your choice list cannot be changed once decided. 13th, if you would begin your turn blind, dazed, or deafened, or incapacitated, or stunned, you can spend 2 martial die to end one of the listed conditions. 15th level, You gain proficiency in con saves. When you make a saving throw with an ability you are not proficient in, add your dex mod to the saving throw. Okay. Perfect Mind. You gain proficiency in inter-wisdom saves, and you become immune to the fear condition. Alright, we're already off to a good start with the Taijutsu specialist, comparatively. I'm like, huh? I'm eating as fast as I can. Taijutsu style disturbance. Blinding speed. Oh. You focus on overwhelming your enemies with more than they could conceivably handle at one time. Naruto accomplishes through a series of martial techniques unique to you and your style of combat. You learn the two following martial techniques. When a creature is attempting to cast a jutsu, I always sit off center in this chair. I always sit on the right side and I lean right, which always makes my right arm leg fall off the chair. And it drives me nuts. Shatter. When attempting to cast a jutsu, you may, as a reaction, spend one martial arts die. Within 5 feet of the shattering creature, you may then choose to make 2 unarmed strikes attacking their vital points and open defenses with precision, meant to prevent their action. If you hit with both attacks, the target creature must succeed a con save. Failed save, you interrupt the jutsu, preventing its casting. Affected creature's chakra is still spent. On a success, the jutsu is cast normally. Interesting. Interesting. This is already pretty good. Unstable core. After you use your action to catch the taijutsu, you may spend 1 martial arts die. When you do, you make 2 unarmed attacks. As a bonus action, adding your martial die to the damage rolls of each attack and forcing a creature to make a strength saving throw, being knocked prone on a failed save. Okay, that's also pretty good. Disturbance Flurry. 3rd level, you break your opponent's combat flow using your mastery over combos and repeated strikes. Spending 1 die, you're able to gain an additional bonus. Gain an additional bonus action, which you can use to cast a taijutsu or make 1 additional unarmed strike, adding the result of the die to your damage dealt. This can only be done once per turn and costs no action. What? What? Holy moly! At 17th level, your martial speed eclipses anyone who could consider themselves your rival. By spending 3 die, you're able to gain 1 additional bonus action, which you can use to cast a taijutsu with the finisher keyword. I don't know how many taijutsu there are with the finisher keyword. I don't know how amazing that is. But you're giving a 3rd bonus action. Sure, you only have 5 martial arts die. But, like, seriously, what? Creatures cannot, the 6th level, creatures cannot take attacks of opportunity against you by any means. Additionally, creatures who would spend their reaction to make an attack of any type against you is made at disadvantage. In 9th level, you learn to react more often, preventing situations before they even start. Beginning at the start of your turn, you may spend 1 martial die. If you do, you gain 1 additional reaction, which can only be used to cast a taijutsu? Excuse me? I'm sorry. Are we going to have another issue where the first subclass is amazing and the rest of the subclasses are absolute dog water? Please, please do not tell me that is the case, taijutsu. Debilitating barrage. Gain the knowledge to temporarily inhibit a creature's fortitude by striking a series of pressure points. When you hit a creature with 2 or more attacks, as part of the same action, you can spend 2 die to force them to have a con save versus your tie DC. On a failed save, you cause the creature to become vulnerable to a damage type of your choice. This effect lasts until the next instance of damage of that type affects them. You can only use this feature twice per rest. That's still amazing! Free vulnerability! Free vulnerability! At 17th level, you've learned how to recoup your lost stamina and energy far more efficiently than before. Feature granted by this subclass would cost more than 1 martial arts die. You reduce the cost of that feature by 1 martial die. Okay. What? Disturbing technique. At 20th level, your technique is so overwhelming that your enemies speak of how you should never be faced alone. But you've heard the tales and have prepared for such a situation. When you would cast a taijutsu that requires you to make 2 or more attacks that are in there at least 2 or more hostile creatures within the jutsu's range, you may spend 1 martial die, granting it the disturbing keyword. Taijutsu with the disturbing keyword double the number of attacks made with the jutsu, but the attacks must be evenly split amongst all hostile creatures within the jutsu's range. Wow! That is a absolutely blazing fire for the first subclass here. I'm like, okay, Ironclad. Okay, a few more. Show us what you're made of. Let me go put this back. Make some meatballs. Yes, I realize I just ate, and now I'm eating more. The Ironclad. When you choose this style at 3rd level, your passion for protection has borne fruit. You gain heavy proficiency in heavy armor, the Armorsmith's kit. While wearing heavy armor, you still gain the benefits of enhanced movement. Additionally, your research in metallurgy has allowed you to create an item no other shinobi could or would consider making. A shield! Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Your shield is a piece of equipment that you gain proficiency in. Your shield has 3 shield slots. If your shield is ever lost or destroyed, you may craft an exact copy of the previous one using 100 Ryo and 1 downtime. You may only benefit from 1 shield at a time. Shield has following statistics: +1 AC, 1 bulk, and the blocking and light properties. You learn to accomplish through a series of martial techniques unique to you. While wielding your shield, you learn the following 2 martial techniques. And that is the meatballs. Meatballs. Interpose. When an allied creature within 10 feet of you would take damage from an attack, and you could cast a taijutsu with a casting time of reaction, or to reduce damage, the attacks hit or increase your AC, you can, as a reaction, spend 1 dice to redirect the attack to you, cast the appropriate taijutsu, and add your martial dice to the damage reduction, to hit reduction or AC bonus from the triggering attack. Shield Bash. When you make an unarmed attack, you can spend 1 martial die. If you do, when you hit a creature with an unarmed attack, for the end of the current turn, you may choose to sub the target creature using your attack roll in place of your athletics check. If you're successful, you deal unarmed damage, plus your martial die, and the target creature becomes bruised. Iron Heart. Gain skill and courage to shield for your allies. When a creature within 5 feet of you is hit by an attack that deals any type of damage, excluding psychic, you may dive in front of them, using your armor and shield to take the brunt of the force. Damage is reduced by your unarmed combat and your proficiency bonus rather than the initial target. The attack hits you regardless of your AC or other abilities. Ninth level. You've conditioned yourself to allow nothing to distract you from your one purpose on the battlefield: protection. You become immune to Berserk and Daze. You gain 2 additional reactions per round. That can only be used to use your Iron Heart feature. Okay. Iron Fury at 14th level. Twice per rest is an action. You may spend 4 martial die to enter a combat trance for 1 minute. You gain the following benefits for the duration. You have resistance to all damage except bear totem, bear totem, bear totem. The irony is, I don't hate this, because if it's a 14th level feature. It's a 14th level feature. When you use your Iron Heart feature, you may make 2 unarmed attacks against the triggering creature as part of the same action. Your shield provides you an additional +1 bonus to AC while you're holding it. Iron Flow. At 17th level, you've mastered controlling your stamina for important moments in a fight. When you use your Iron Heart feature, you are at or below half of your maximum HP. You add 1 martial die to the amount of damage reduced as a result of Iron Heart. Does not say you spend it. 20th level, your defensive technique has been perfected. Enemies speak of how your guard can never be broken. When you cast Taijutsu as a reaction, you may spend up to 3 die. Guarantee to get the Ironclad keyword. Ironclad keyword grants you a number of temp HP equal to 5 times the result of your martial die. Wait, what? In the 1 in a million chance, you rolled 3d8 and you rolled 24. 24 times 5 is 120. Come again? These temp HP last until the beginning of your next turn. Once you use this feature, you must spend the same amount of martial die at the beginning of one of your turns to recharge this feature. Nintai. Nature releases. You focus on a certain type of ninjutsu. Select one nature release. You gain the ability to learn to cast jutsu with the corresponding keyword. Learning taijutsu. You may use your taijutsu ability modifier in place of your ninjutsu for the purpose of filling ability score requirements. Ninjutsu learned in this way can be cast even without the appropriate ninjutsu score. Spending 1 martial die as a bonus action, you enhance your body with the chakra of the corresponding nature. Okay, so holy moly. Alright. Earth released. Your unarmed damage is treated as earth damage. You gain temp HP equal to half your level at the beginning of each of your turns. Wind. Your unarmed damage is wind. Once per turn, you gain plus 20 speed. And the benefits of the disengage action against a creature you deal unarmed damage to. Till the end of that same turn. That's considerably better. Fire! You're now treated as fire damage, and your unarmed damage increases by plus one. Oh no, plus one Marshall dice. I.e. like a D4. Water, treated as cold damage. Your unarmed attacks gain reach 1 and trip. Okay, that's the best one so far. Lightning, you deal can be treated as lightning damage. Gaining winding and tactical. I don't know what winding does. Winding can be wound up to store energy before unleashing it in one blow. Place of a weapon attack, you can choose to wind up your weapon. If you do, then next attack you make has advantage. Well, that's really, really lackluster. Elemental combat. 3rd level. Utilizing elemental combos while gaining benefits of nature enhanced combat. The taijutsu used gains the nature release keyword you chose and deals that nature release keyword corresponding damage type. Learn to accomplish this through a series of martial techniques unique to you and your style of combat. Learn the following 2 martial techniques. Elemental Rush. Whenever you hit a creature with at least 2 melee taijutsu attacks while gaining benefits of your NEC class feature, you can spend 1 martial dice, allowing you to make 2 unarmed strikes, is a reaction. Okay. I can work with that. Elemental Crush. When you deal damage with the taijutsu you cast, you can spend any number of martial dice to deal additional damage equal to twice the result. Once you use this technique, you have to spend an equal number of martial dice to Why would you ever not just use Elemental Rush? Elemental Cloak. At 6th level, you learn to manifest your chakra into full-blown chakra cloak. When you would gain the benefits of NEC, you gain the following boost to each nature release. Oh, you have to spend a martial die as a bonus action to activate that. Wait. Okay, yeah, this subclass is garbage. Because of, okay, Earth, you gain resistance to Earth's damage and gain +4. Nope. Wind release, you gain immunity to effects that would create a cloud, gas, or mist, as they cannot be sustained within 10 feet of you. Nope. You become resistant fire. Gives you your choice to deal damage to you with a melee attack or within a range of touch. Nope. Gain. When you... Okay, this is like Way of the 4 Elements Monk, but worse. Also, I just realized I'm not flipping the page. Okay. So, Righteous Fury. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more to go. Righteous Fury, Chakra Frenzy. When you choose this style starting 3rd level, you gain the ability to focus your chakra into a frenzy or berserker energy, provided that you aren't wearing heavy armor. Powers you with supernatural abilities. You can spend 1 dice as a bonus action to enter a frenzy for up to 1 minute, gaining the following benefits. You have advantage on strength, ability checks, skill checks, and saving throws. When you make a melee attack using your strength or dex, you gain a bonus damage rolls equal to your martial dice. You choose which ability score when you enter your frenzy. You ever see? It's Berserker Rage. Okay, you could just call it that. Chakra Frenzy ends early if you are knocked unconscious or if your turn ends and you've not attacked a hostile creature or forced one to make a saving throw, or you've not taken damage since then. Yeah, no, sure, it can be used more often, but it is not. At 3rd level, when your rage, fear, and passion are weaponized to overwhelm your targets with pure force. Savage 4, you learn these 2 martial techniques. When you score a successful hit on a creature with taijutsu attack, and that deals unarmed damage, you can spend up to 2 dice. When you do, you increase the damage of your attack by an amount equal to 3 times the result of the martial die. In return, the next melee attack that would deal damage to you cannot be reacted to or have its value. What? Nope, that's awful. Tyrant Savagery. When a creature would deal damage to you, you can spend any number of martial dice. When you do record the result, the next time you would deal damage to that creature, you deal additional damage equal to twice the result. What? That's also terrible. Force of Rage. You imbue your frenzy with your own chakra to add additional effects to it. Choose a jutsu you know, casting time of 1 action, bonus action, and range of, or 1 bonus action in range of yourself, and that can last at least for 1 minute, with or without concentration. When you activate your chakra frenzy, you can spend additional martial dice to cast your chosen jutsu as part of the same action, based on the rank of jutsu casted. When cast this way, you still need to pay the initial chakra cost, but you do not need to pay its cost to maintain your concentration on it. You can switch this jutsu when you gain the... Okay, that's actually good. Because of not needing to pay chakra to maintain concentration is really, really good. Really good. Relentless Fury. Starting at 9th level, your Fury can keep you fighting despite grievous wounds. If you drop to 0 HP, spend 1 martial die to not immediately die. Make a DC 10 con ability check. If you succeed, you drop to 1. When each time you use this feature, DC increases by 2. When you reach 17th level, each time you succeed on this ability check, your further Fury further invigorates you, gaining your advantage on any attacks you make until the end of your next turn. Supple Fury. Your chakra frenzy is so fierce that it ends early only if you fall unconscious or if you choose to end it. Additionally, when you roll 4 or lower with an unarmed damage die, you can re-roll the die and must use the new roll, even if the new result is 4 or lower. Huh? Okay, that... If it was just you re-roll results of a 1 or 2, that would be way better. Way, way better. Relentless Fury. No, wait. Fury of the Righteous. While you're getting benefits of Chakra Frenzy, you become unstoppable. Your speed cannot be reduced. You're immune to Berserk, Charmed, and Frightened, and Stunned. You're frightened or stunned, you can still take your bonus action to enter your chakra frenzy, immediately ending the aforementioned effects. Righteous Fury technique, your savagery is so cruel and brutal that your enemies speak of you as if you are a monster. You love to hear the stories at the start of your turn. If you have chakra frenzy active, you can pay 4 martial dice to become immune to all physical and mental conditions until the end of your next turn. That's really strong, but it's also a capstone. It's really hard to rank capstones because of their level 20 features. And remember, everyone in this is a full caster. So, yeah. Ruin, battle ready catalyst. At 3rd level, through intensive research, trial, or sheer dumb luck, you've discovered a way to enhance your taijutsu through a catalyst for your chakra, which you wear on your person, either on your armor or as a part of your daily attire. This catalyst design is one of your description. This can be vented boots, special gloves. Once complete, you gain the following benefits. You have resistance to chakra damage, +1 bonus to AC if integrated into light or medium armor. When making constitution checks, you may add your unarmed combat die to the roll. Okay. Anti-chakra wavelength. Excuse me. When you choose this style, starting at 3rd level, your catalyst generates a hostile and very aggressive chakra dispersing wavelength that you have weaponized to disrupt and ruin your target's combat capabilities with but a few strikes. You learn to accomplish this through a series of martial techniques unique to you and your style of combat. You learn the following 2 martial techniques using 2 keywords from the following list. Using the martial techniques screened by the class, you will always reference the chosen keywords. Sentry, Funjitsu, Earth Release, Wind Release, Fire Release, Water Release, Lightning Release, Tactical, Visual, or Auditory. Chakra Break. When you score a successful hit on a creature with an unarmed or taijutsu attack that deals unarmed damage, you can spend a die. When you do, you attempt to inject them with this wavelength generated by your catalyst. This must make a constitution saving throw, being unable to spend chakra on jutsu with the chosen keyword until the end of their next turn on a failed save. Focus Break. When you score a successful hit on a creature with an unarmed or taijutsu attack that deals unarmed damage, you must spend a martial die. When you do, you attempt to break their focus. Add the spent martial die to the damage dealt, and if they would maintain a concentration check to maintain concentration, you instead make a strength save versus your taijutsu DC. Losing concentration on all jutsu on a failed save. They're concentrating on the jutsu with the chosen keyword, they automatically fail their save, losing concentration. Okay. Disruptive Assault. When you've owned your disrupting combat style to a point where you can easily follow through with your attacks, even when your enemies try your best to resist. Once per turn, when you deal unarmed damage, you can spend up to 2 martial dice. When you do, the target takes chakra damage equal to twice the result. This increases to 3 times the result at 14. And 4 at 20. Target is gaining the benefit of a jutsu with a keyword chosen as the result of anti-chakra wavelength. Then you add your proficiency bonus to the chakra damage dealt. When you deal unarmed damage, you can make... Oh, wow. Catalytic Overdrive. 9th level, by spending 1 martial die, the beginning of each of your turns, you are able to push your catalyst into overdrive until the beginning of your next turn. While your catalyst is in overdrive, you gain the following benefits. +1 to AC, +1d4 to all strength checks and con X, +1d6 to all taijutsu damage rolls, Bonus to all saving throws against Jutsu with keywords chosen with the anti-chakra wavelength flash feature equal to 1 martial dice. While your catalyst is in overdrive, you can only maintain concentration on one jutsu, and if you would be incapacitated or stunned, your catalyst circuits being unable to enter in overdrive for the next 10 minutes. Okay, this is looking really good as a subclass. Like, especially if you know what you're going up against. Like, this is pretty good as a subclass. Anti-Shinobi Wavelength. You have adapted your your catalyst anti-chakra wavelength so much so that you can feel the potential and power behind it. While you are gaining the benefits of catalytic overdrive, you can spend 2 martial dice. When you do, you select one more keyword of your choice from anti-chakra keyword wavelength for each dice spent. These additional keywords count as keywords that your martial techniques granted by this subclass affects. Okay, this is another one that's getting a star next to it at the top. Unbreakable Catalyst. You've owned your catalyst into an unstoppable force you utilize at all times. Your catalyst can no longer short circuit as a result of being incapacitated stunned while it is in overdrive. That's just a nice little bonus. 20th level, catalyst infused techniques are so methodical and precise that your enemies speak of you as if you were myth. None of it is exactly false. When you would make a taijutsu that requires a target to make a saving throw, you may spend 2 martial die, granting it the Ruin keyword. Ruin keyword always inflicts 2 of the following conditions regardless of a success or failure once per casting. Bruised, concussed, confused, dazzled, or weakened. Okay, that nice. I like it very much. The Stancer. If you choose this style at 3rd level, you may learn 1 additional taijutsu stance that you do not know. While in any taijutsu stance, you can spend 1 dice to gain the benefit of a second non-clan-based taijutsu stance. Speak and it shall be given! Such as gentle fist, etc. That you know simultaneously for the next minute. Combo Breaker. When you chose this style, starting at 3rd level, your technique, style, and mastery is weaponized to fuse a myriad of fighting styles to defeat your targets with pure grace. You learn to accomplish this through a series of martial techniques unique to you and your style of combat. Learn the following 2 martial techniques. If a creature misses you with an attack, you may, as a reaction, spend 1 martial dice. When you do, you may immediately make 2 unarmed attacks against the triggering creature, adding the martial dice to the damage rolled. Oh, at least one of these attacks hit. You force the creature to make a strength save, being unable to use a reaction. Okay, now that. Dodge cancel. When you hit a creature with at least 2 unarmed attacks, you can spend 1 martial die. When you do, until the end of the creature's next turn, the first attack targeting you each turn suffers a penalty to hit equal to your martial hit die. To your martial dice. Oh no, until the targeting creature's next turn. Muscle memory. Your study. I'm like, the mixed martial arts things gets a star of approval from me, but Combo Breaker doesn't. 6th level, your study of martial arts and their respective stances have become all-encompassing. By spending 1 martial die, select 1 hostile creature you see and make a martial arts check versus their passive martial arts. On a success, your next melee attack that hits that creature adds 1 additional damage die. If the result of your check is 5 or higher than the contested DC, increase the bonus damage die by +1, an additional +1 for every 5 over the DC. 10th level, when you would use this feature, you can choose to spend additional martial die up to your remaining amount, adding it to the result of your check. Okay, that's also really good. Stance blending. In 9th level, you may select one taijutsu stance that you do not know, learning it. Additionally, by spending 1 martial die at the beginning of each of your turns, you gain the benefit up to 3 taijutsu stances simultaneously until the beginning of your next turn. Wait, what? Additionally, while gaining the benefit of 2 or more stances, you add half of your martial die to taijutsu attacks and add your taijutsu ability modifier to the damage of taijutsu attacks. As a result of taijutsu you cast that requires a taijutsu stance, even if it already adds it. Okay, I'm liking this. Stanced combat. Oh, oops. 14th level, you perfected fighting with multiple stances at once. You're gaining the benefit of a stance that has a special action that you can use as a bonus action. EX's Serpent Fist, example Serpent Fist or Dragon Fist bonus action. You can spend 1 die, perform any special bonus action as part of your attack action. No additional cost, once per round, only on your turn. The stance you are benefiting from has a special ability that requires an action or full turn action. Instead, spend 1 martial die to perform it as a bonus action once per turn. Alright. 17th level, you become an absolute master combining stances into a blended cacophony of fists, kicks, and strikes, mixing a variety of different forms into a stance all your own. Taijutsu you cast that require a taijutsu stance deals additional damage equal to 1 martial die, and ignore resistance and treat immunity as resistance. Okay, you're also getting a star, Stancer. Then again, Master of Many Styles Monk is one of the best monk archetypes in Pathfinder. If you have a way to splash 1 level of Master of Many Styles Monk into virtually any build, you are splashing 1 level of it. End of discussion. If a stance you are benefiting from has a special... Now, while gaining the benefit of your stance blending feature, you may add your Int, Wisdom, or Charisma modifier to the damage of taijutsu attacks. Add your taijutsu ability modifier. Stancer technique. Your style is so unique and graceful that your enemies speak of you as if you were the originator of the different stances and styles you've blended. When you would cast a taijutsu that requires a taijutsu stance, you may spend 2 martial die. Granting it the stancer keyword. Taijutsu with the stancer keyword ignores immunity, bonuses to AC as the results of features, traits, and jutsus, penalties to hit, penalties to damage, and cost increases. Woo! Alright, we have 2 more. And then we finally get on to the weapon specialist. Hoo boy. Talent and focus, you have to try really hard to go up against the previous 2 all-stars. What do you have for us? Unnatural talent. When you choose this style at 3rd level, you focus all your effort on surpassing the limits of your body, allowing you to perform more martial techniques than possible. You increase your pool of martial die by 1, and you gain an additional +1 increase to your martial die as you gain levels in this class based on the unnatural talent martial die chart. Additionally, unarmed attacks you make are treated as if they have the critical, deadly, and multi-attack weapon properties. Ooh. So, oy vey. Why is this so far back? So, this must look ridiculous. Critical. They gain a +1 crit bonus to crit threat range when making weapon attacks for each rank of critical it has when you attack with it. Max 3. This bonus can only be applied once, even if dual wielding, and thus does not stack. Deadly adds 1 additional damage die on a critical hit with a weapon attack for each rank of deadly it has when you attack with it, once per turn, maximum 3. And multi-attack. Weapon with multi-attack can be used to attack as a bonus action. You cannot add your ability modifier or any bonus damage to rolls or any bonus to damage rolls, only using your weapons or unarmed damage die, unmodified by jutsu feats or other features. Isn't there a way to attack? One of the things allows you to attack twice with the bonus. Okay, Focus talent. Choose the style. Learn the following 2 martial techniques. Need to you in your style of combat. Redirected aggression. When a hostile creature makes a melee attack against you and misses, you may, as a reaction, spend 1 martial die to redirect the missed attack back towards them. Make a melee or ranged unarmed attack as part of this reaction, using the attack's original range as your ranged attack range. On a hit, the creature suffers the effects of their own attack as if they attack themselves. Okay, Saturn point. Once per turn, when you score an unarmed or taijutsu attack that deals unarmed damage, you can spend 1 martial die. When you do, the affected creature makes a strength save, losing all temp HP on or damage reduction based effects they have until beginning. Talent and technique. Your combat prowess outpasses everyone else who thinks they are your equal. When you would cast a taijutsu, you may spend 1 martial die, granting it the talent keyword. Why is this acting weird? Taijutsu with the talent keyword deal additional damage die equal to the number of keywords it has as a result of martial techniques. Example, brutal, roll, devastating, etc. Deals additional damage die. Once per casting, once you use this feature, you must spend 2 martial die at the beginning of one of your turns, or rest for 10 minutes to recharge this feature. That's interesting. At 9th level, you learn to infuse your strikes with a unique balance of chakra that comes as a result of your martial dice. At the beginning of each of your turns, you can spend 1 dice. When you do, choose one of the following damage types: force, earth, wind, fire, cold, lightning, necrotic. You mold and manifest your chakra, imitating the consistency of the chakra needed to inflict the damage type. Beginning of the next turn, you can enhance your attacks. When you do, melee attacks you make deal unarmed damage against a creature is treated as the selected damage type. This feature is used while you are benefiting from a stance that deals a damage type not granted by this feature. This feature is used while you are benefiting from a stance that deals a... You can choose to spend one additional martial die to grant this feature's benefits to the stance's damage type. Why? What? I don't get why you would ever do that. Unless there's a thing that 14th level you've come to be in understanding that most will choose to ignore. That being that you are simply superior to them in every... This is displayed in your ability to learn more techniques than them. You gain one additional martial technique. You gain an additional one at 20th. We haven't seen the martial techniques yet. This is pointless. Focus Strike. At 17th level, all takes a single strike, completely immobilize and bring an enemy to their knees. When you would score an unarmed or taijutsu attack that deals unarmed damage to a creature, you can spend 3 dice. When you do, they must succeed on a strength save. On a failed save, they are stunned until the end of their next turn. Once you use this feature, you must spend 5 martial die at the beginning of your turn to rest for 1 hour to recharge it. You may spend 2 martial die, granting it a focus keyword. Focus forces the target creature to make a con saving throw, taking 2d12, gaining 1 rank of weaken for every point below the DC they fail by. Gain the previous effect that reduces the target saving throw by an amount equal... Whoa! Once you use this feature, you must spend... Oh, because if you have a total of 8 with this subclass. Okay. Passionate Flame. Fists of Iron. When you choose this style at 3rd level, you focus all of your effort. Once per turn, your unarmed strike deals additional damage equal to 1 martial die. This damage increases as you gain levels in this class based on the Fists of Iron strike damage chart. Enhanced Flurry. When you choose this style, starting 3rd level, your passing zeal is weaponized to completely drive home the fact that no one works as hard as you. Period. While they were outside learning hand signs, you learned how to talk with your fists. While others were learning how to mold chakra, you were doing 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. Gain the following 2 martial techniques. Chakra enhanced blows. Channel chakra into your hands. Shield blows further when you declare an unarmed or taijutsu attack. You spend 1 martial dice. When you do, the first 2 successful attacks forces targets to make a strength saving throw, being bruised on a failed save. Dynamic Setup. When you would cast a taijutsu with the combo keyword, you can spend martial dice equal to the jutsu's rank. When you do, you can cast it with the finisher keyword as part of the same action used to cast the combo jutsu. Once you use this technique, you cannot cast the taijutsu using your action or bonus action until the beginning of your next turn. D or C for 1, B or A for 3, S for 5. Hand Wraps of Passions. 6th level, ability to imitate sealsmiths. For your martial defense is extended to allowing you to make your fist as dangerous as any commonly smithed weapon. You wrap your hands in wraps of your description, be they white tape, black strips. While wrapped around your hands, you constantly infuse chalk. You already do that! Allowing you to make your fists as though tough as steel. Conclusion of a long rest, you select the type of enhancement your hand wraps provide you from the following list. Once selected, you cannot change until you complete a long rest. Mighty Blows. Taijutsu attacks you make that deal unarmed damage, nor resistance, and treat immunity as resistance. 14th level. When you deal twice to the same creature on your turn, they're unable to take Mighty Guards. You gain damage reduction equal to half your prop bonus. Beginning at the 14th level. No. Mighty Mobility. You cannot have your speed reduced by any means. And you ignore difficult terrain. Beginning at 14th level. Okay, that's actually good. Immunity to slowed and grappled. Too bad the others aren't as good. Flaming Finishers. When you cast a taijutsu with the finishing keyword, you may enhance the jutsu by spending a martial die. When you do, you gain all previous effects if you would choose to gain a higher. When you do, you gain all previous effects. If you choose to gain a higher cost martial die effect, once you use an effect granted by this jutsu, you must spend an equal number of martial die to recharge the feature or spend 10 minutes. Spending 1 die, you can upcast the taijutsu 1 additional rank, ignoring rank limitations. By spending 2... Okay. Okay, so basically if you spend 2, you get the 1 effect. If you spend 3, you get the 2 and 1 effect. By spending 2 die, you add all spent martial dice to damage once per casting. By spending 3 dice, you ignore immunity. By spending 4 dice, you increase the damage dice by 1 step. By spending 5, you gain advantage on the first attack made as part of the taijutsu. Or you impose disadvantage on the first saving throw forced by the taijutsu. Gaining advantage on attack rolls is way easier than granting disadvantage on saving throws. Sheer Will. Beginning at 14th level, you can cast taijutsu with a casting time of an action or as a bonus action. Alternatively, you can cast taijutsu with a casting time of a bonus action as a reaction with no set trigger. Perform either of these effects twice per rest. Nope. 17th level, when a creature would make a melee attack against you, may choose to spend 3 martial die. Cast a taijutsu with the casting time of a reaction. Not spending your reaction. At 20th level, when you would cast a taijutsu that would affect a hostile creature, spend 3 martial die to grant it the combo or finisher keyword for that taijutsu's casting. Okay, okay, you have too many features that cost your die to use. You get 5 die a turn. 5. And that is not until level 18. You only have 1 martial die till level 6. You have 2 until level 10. You have 3 until level 14. So, as a whole, you just are not regaining your martial die fast enough that this class wants to spend it, like it all. Lastly, we have martial techniques. Brutal taijutsu. When you would cast a taijutsu, the jutsu does not add... Okay. Brutal technique. When you would cast a taijutsu, you may spend 1 martial die. When you do, the taijutsu gains the brutal keyword. Taijutsu with the brutal keyword add half of the base taijutsu ability modifier rounded up to their damage rolls. If it did not before, if it already adds your taijutsu, then it adds both your strength and dex ability modifier. Devastating. When you cast a taijutsu, you may spend 1 martial die. When you do, the jutsu cast creatures within 10 feet of the original target must make a dex save, taking half the damage dealt once per casting. Devastating technique. When you would cast a taijutsu, you may spend 1 martial die. When you do, the jutsu gains the devastating keyword. Jutsu with the devastating keyword cannot have their critical hits negated or reacted to. Flurry of blows. When you make the attack action, you may as a bonus action spend 1 martial die. When you do, you are able to make 1 unarmed attack. 7th, you make 2, and at 13th, you make 3. A monk's flurry of blows, but actually usable. Yay! Flurry of guards. When you're targeted by a melee attack as a reaction, you can spend 1 martial die. You're able to reduce the triggering attack or damage roll. When you're 7th level, you can spend 2 die reducing the triggering attack. And at 13th level, you can spend 3 die. Fierce Taijutsu. When you cast a taijutsu that requires at least 2 attacks, you spend 2 martial die. When you do, the jutsu cast increases the number of attacks it makes by 1. If you spend an additional 2 additional die to increase the number of attacks it makes by an additional +1. Furious Technique. When you would cast a taijutsu, you spend 1 martial die. When you do, the jutsu cast gains the Furious keyword. Jutsu with the Furious keyword cannot have their damage reduced by jutsu. Basic defense. By spending 1 martial die, you can take the dodge action as a bonus action. Holy cow! It's almost worth taking this just for this. Just for this. Is this a level 1 feature or a level 2 feature? It's a level 2 feature. This was a level 1 feature? Wow. By spending 1 pace of movement, you do not trigger attacks of opportunity. Creatures cannot react to your movement. Creatures you attack cannot react to the first unarmed attack you make this turn. Pace and offense. When a creature would miss you with a melee attack, you can spend 1 martial die to make an unarmed attack against that creature once per creature per turn. Oh, that's a lot worse than it looks. That's not saying that you spend 1 martial die and you can make an attack against every creature that misses you for a turn. You have to spend 1 martial dice each time it happens. So that's really bad. Precise taijutsu, you can spend 3 martial die. When you do, the jutsu gains a +1 bonus to hit for each die spent. Precise technique, you spend 1 martial die. When you do, the jutsu gains the precise keyword. Jutsu with the precise keyword cannot have their attacks result be penalized or reduced by the effects of a jutsu or trait. Raw taijutsu. When you cast a taijutsu, you spend 1 dice. When you do, the jutsu gains a +1 bonus to its DC. 7th level, 2 for 2, 13th, 3 for 3. Raw technique. Spend 1 martial die. When you do, the jutsu gains the raw keyword. Jutsu with the raw keyword deals damage to creatures, hit points, and temp HP simultaneously. Step of Darkness. On your turn, by spending 1 martial die, you can take the hide action as a bonus action. Okay, that actually has potential. Step of the Moon. At the beginning of your turn, before any action is taken, you can automatically end 1 physical or mental condition you are suffering from by spending an amount of martial die equal to the rank of the effect that inflicted the condition. One problem. What if it's not a jutsu that afflicted the condition? When you would make an attack of Step of the Stars. When you make an attack of opportunity, you can spend one martial die to make 2 unarmed attacks in place of 1. Okay. Step of the Wind. On your turn is a bonus action by spending 1 martial die. You gain the benefits of disengage or dash. Your choice. And your jump distance is doubled until the end of your turn. Technical technique. When you would cast a taijutsu, you spend 1 martial die. When you do, the jutsu cast gains the technical keyword. Jutsu with the technical keyword reduces the cost to maintain concentration on it by an amount equal to half the result of the die. Okay. And now, finally, at 6 o'clock, we have finally reached the weapon specialist! FYI, this is the class that Berserker Bahamut's playing in Nikolai's game. Oh boy. D10 health, D8 chakra, light and medium armor, light, medium, heavy armor, all simple martial weapons. Trapper, Poisoner, Weaponsmith, and Armorsmith kit. Strength, Dex, and Con for saves. Martial arts, and then 3 from acrobatics, athletics, crafting, history, intimidation, perception, sleight of hand, stealth, and survival. Alright. Weapon focus. Starting first level, the weapon specialist chooses a weapon type, like a katana, that they will specialize into. The weapon becomes known is your weapon focus. Ha ha ha. Weapons of that selected type gain a +1 to attack and damage rolls, and gain 1 trait from the weapon specialist bonus trait chart below. If your weapon already has a selected weapon trait, you can apply an additional rank of that trait to the weapon following the trait rules presented in Chapter 5 Equipment of the Shinobi Handbook. Bonuses to attack and damage gained from this feature also apply to Buki Jutsu cast using the weapon type. Once selected, you cannot go back and change your selection. If a weapon of the chosen type would later gain any version of the enhanced seal, weapon seal, it would not gain the benefit of both this feature and that weapon seal. Instead, the user must pick one. Additionally, when using a weapon you are proficient in is a component in a Buki Jutsu, or when using the martial arts skill, you may use Dex in place of Strength as your taijutsu ability modifier and martial arts checks. Additionally, you may always use Buki Jutsu that the weapon originally qualified for, regardless of its current damage type, under the effects of Jutsu, weapon seals, or features. 9th level weapon specialist, you may select a second weapon to become your weapon focus, and your bonus to attack and damage rolls increases to +2. You gain another weapon trait. At 15th level, you may choose a third weapon. Your bonus increases to +3 and you gain another weapon trait. Okay, this is already looking really good. Similar to the taijutsu specialist. Weapon flurry. At 2nd level, you are an unrelenting flurry of weapon attacks. You can perform a series of different techniques called flurry techniques. Oh, flurry dice. This dice changes as you gain weapon specialist levels as shown as the flurry dice column of the weapon specialist table. Starts at a D4, increases to a D6 at 5th, D8 at 9th, D10 at 13th, and a D12 at 17th. Once per turn, you can use one of the following flurry techniques. Some flurry techniques require the target make a save throw. Save DCs for these effects are calculated using your Taiju DC. You gain additional effects from your weapon form as you gain levels in this class. You can only use flurry techniques with weapons you have marked as your weapon focus. If a feature would allow you to gain the benefit of additional flurry techniques, you may bypass the per turn limits. Enhanced Deflection is a reaction to taking damage. You gain DR versus the triggering creature equal to the maximum possible result of your flurry dice till the end of your current turn. When you would cast a Buki Jutsu as a reaction, with the chain keyword that rolls non-D20 dice, you can add one What? That is an amazingly specific requirement. Amazingly specific. Chakra Strike. On your turn, is part of the same action used to cast Spooky Jutsu. You can enhance your combat output. When you deal damage to the target as a result of Buki Jutsu you cast, you deal additional damage based on the type of Buki Jutsu cast. The Buki Jutsu makes no more than 2 attacks or forces a saving throw to exactly one creature the first time it deals damage. It deals bonus damage equal to plus... I don't get it. Does that mean it's four? You don't add the plus in there. It makes it confusing. The Buki Jutsu makes 3 or more attacks or forces a saving throw to more than one creature. Its bonus to damage becomes 1 flurry dice. This increases to 2 at 11th. If the Buki Jutsu makes attack rolls, the bonus damage is applied to each successful attack up to 3 times. Perceptive Augmentation. Your speed increases by an amount equal to 5 times your flurry dice until the end of your turn. Huh? Weapon stance. At 2nd level, you adopt a particular weapon stance as your specialty. Choose one weapon stance located in Chapter 13 Customization Options. You can't take a weapon stance more than once. Basically the list I showed way earlier. Weapon form, 3rd level. Oh, this is your subclass. Weird, you only get 4 subclass features in this class. Alongside these forms, you also learn a style to help complement the forms you've chosen. You start with one style from your chosen weapon form. You gain more as you level up as a weapon specialist. 5th level, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action. Chaining Adept. At 5th level, when you would cast a Buki that would start or increase your chain, you gain one of the following benefits. Chain start. Till the end of the current chain, you gain one of the following effects. Offensive. All Buki that you cast, add 1 flurry dice to its damage. This can occur a number of times per casting equal to chain value. What? Oh, that was 15 minutes? Okay. Chain. Defensive chain. When you would cast a Buki Jutsu with the chain keyword, you roll 1 flurry die and gain the amount as temp HP. offensive is better. When you would cast a chain 2 for the first time in a chain, you can roll 1 flurry die. You can either increase the attack roll by the amount rolled or save DC by half the amount rolled. That's also really good. But your flurry dice is not a resource for the weapon specialist. That's actually really weird. When you damage a creature with a chain jutsu, you gain an amount of temp HP equal to 1 flurry die. That's also kind of mediocre. Crit focus! All weapons you are proficient with gain +1 rank of the critical property, which now applies to Buki that you cast. This increases to +2 at 11th and +3 at 17th. Battle readiness. 10th level, you fully learned how to instantly switch from a neutral stance to that of a combat one. You have advantage on initiative checks. Wait, did the Taijutsu class gain something like that? No. No, it does not. At 11th level, they gain a bonus to initiative equal to int, wisdom, or charisma. That's actually the better feature, the battle readiness. Superior attack. At 11th level, you can attack 3 times instead of twice whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Alright then. 14th level. Superior weapon flurry. At 14th level, you gain an advanced level of proficiency with one of your flurry techniques. Select 2 of the following benefits. You gain an additional benefit at 18th level. Enhanced deflection flurry technique now lasts until the beginning of your next turn. Enhanced deflection allows you to choose to add a third of your maximum flurry dice to your AC instead. Both of those are awful. Your perceptive augmentation now lasts until the end of your next turn. Receptive augmentation now grants you the effects of the dash action. Oh, once per turn. Your chained reaction can now use 2 flurry dice. I don't know how any of these are good. On to the weapon forms. Battle Dancer. At 3rd level, you learn additional flurry techniques that supplement the Battle Dancer. Disastrous Strike. When you would use the Chakra Strike flurry technique, you can increase the number of flurry die rolled by +1. You reroll all 1s and 2s, taking the second result. That's okay. That's okay. Forced Regression. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can spend a bonus action, cure 1 condition you are currently under the effect of, except to exhaustion. Battle Dancer styles. At 3rd level, you get to choose a style that supports your combat ability. You know one style from the following list and gain more as levels in the class based on styles known. Table of the weapon specialist. Destructive. Select 1 creature's bonus action that you see within 30 feet of you. Until the end of your next turn, you gain advantage on first 2 taijutsu attacks made against the creature. Before the end of your next turn, the target creature gains advantage on attacks against you until the end of their next turn. Once per turn, if you scored a critical hit during the turn you use this feature, you add your weapons. What? first 2 taijutsu made against the target before the end of your current turn. The target gains advantage on attacks against you until the end of their next turn. You score a critical hit during the same turn you use this feature. You add your weapon specialist damage level to the damage roll, and the target does not gain advantage against you. Okay, the problem is, this is good, but not until like 11th level. Because at 11th level, you have the potentiality of getting like... Well, no, you wouldn't. Because if you'd have to multi-class. And I don't know if you can multi-class in this. Meh. Disaster Dance. Once per turn, when you use your action to dash, you end your movement within range to make a melee weapon attack. You may make a buki against the target, rolling a flurry die and reducing the cost by half the rolled amount. Once you use this feature, you must spend an action recovering from the strain before you can use it again. Exploitive Dance. Once per turn, when you hit a creature 2 times using a buki or weapon, you may deal additional damage equal to 2 flurry dice. Which does increase as you go up, but that isn't enough to really make it stand out. Mobility. Once per turn, when a creature deals damage to you with a ranged attack as a reaction, move up to your full movement towards the triggering creature. Movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. You may gain the benefit of the perceptive augmentation flurry technique when you use this feature. Savage Dance. Select one creature as a bonus action that you can see within 30 feet of you. You have advantage on the first taijutsu attack that you make using a buki each turn for the next minute. And the first tai you make using a buki each turn, you have disadvantage. Wow, that's terrible. That is terrible. Boo! 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 Boo, you stink! Storming Dance. When you score a critical hit with a buki or melee weapon attack, you can make one additional weapon attack against the same creature. You may gain the benefit of this feature no more than once per turn. Okay. That's probably the best. That's the best one for this subclass. At 6th level, add your strength or con mod to your initiative. Additionally, you gain a plus 10 speed increase. Whirlwind Sweep. You can use your action to perform a Whirlwind Sweep attack. Select a number of creatures within 10 feet of you, and make a single melee taijutsu attack as if casting a buki. Compare the result to the creature with the highest AC among all those chosen. You can use any flurry techniques as part of this attack. Your attack result is 10 greater than the target's AC. You treat the attack as a critical hit. That actually makes Destructive Dance a lot better. The problem is this comes online at level 13. Regardless of successful hit, all creatures take 10dx your strength or dex modifier. X equals your weapon's damage die size. Critical hit doubles the listed damage die. Wait. Additionally, all target creatures must make a dex save as if targeted by a buki you cast. On a failed save, they fall prone and are staggered. You can use this... Oh, you can use this feature twice per rest. You're waiting till 13th level for this. Why is this only this much at 13th level? Just, Master of Aggression. 20th level, your presence on the battlefield is a graceful blur of deadly blades, crippling the hammers and daring acrobatics. Your strength or dex score increases by 2. Your maximum for those scores increases by 2. I also hate the maximum of 20 for human characters in 5e. Yes, I do. Because of guess what? In previous editions, you did not have that limitation, and it made characters much more dynamic. It's an action by spending 3 chalk. Nope, I am not reading the rest of this. You're spending 3 chakra dice. And you could use this feature once per rest. Wow. I get that you're targeting the lowest AC amongst all those chosen. It's a level 20 ability. That looks really powerful. But it's a level 20 ability. You aren't going to get to use it that often. So, Battle Dancer, you get a Gungnir Piercer, Fenris Claw. You would use the Chakra Strike Flurry technique and deal piercing damage. You can pierce through the target's defenses. If you do, roll 1 flurry die. Reduce the target creature's DR by the result until the beginning of your next turn. Heimdallr Vision. Bonus action, you can enhance your senses to gain hyper accuracy until the end of your current turn. Ignore penalties to your attack and damage rolls until the end of your current turn. That's okay. Gungnir Piercer styles. I am going to butcher at least one of these. Because if I can see what a woman, I have no clue how that's pronounced. Mimir's Wisdom is a bonus action. Select one creature whom you can see within 60 feet of you. For the next minute, they do not add their dex modifier to their AC against melee tie attacks you make with a weapon that deals piercing damage. You cannot use this effect more than once per short rest. If it was once per enemy per short rest, I would understand. But once per short rest for the power level of this? No, 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 no. No. Hwaenir Silence is a bonus action. You coat a weapon you are holding that deals piercing damage in a muting chakra. The next time you would deal piercing damage with a Buki Jutsu before the end of your next turn, you force the target to make a con save, being unable to mold chakra until the end of your next turn. Boop. Big thumbs down! Freya's Golden Tears. Twice per turn when you would deal piercing damage with a Buki, the target gains 1 rank of bleeding. Woo-hoo-hoo! Okay, that is good. Thor's Wrath. When you take the attack action using a melee weapon that deals piercing damage, you may cast a Buki that deals damage that makes no more than a single attack as a reaction. When it comes to weapon styles, how does this work? Okay, so this is Freya's Golden Tears. If you had this, it's active all the time. That's amazingly good. Thor's Wrath. When you take the attack action using a melee weapon deals piercing damage, you may cast a Buki that deals damage that makes no more than a single attack as a reaction. This is a big question mark for me, because if this one has the potential of being really good, but it depends on how many Buki Jutsu there are that only make one attack roll. Vithar's Vengeance is a reaction when you would take damage from any source. Each instance of damage you take until the beginning of your turn grants your next taijutsu attack with a piercing weapon 1 additional flurry die to damage until the end of your next turn. You get an upside down check mark. No, you don't get a boo, you get an upside down check mark. Shigeru's heroism. At the 6th level, your form of combat has instilled you with a great sense of heroism. Twice per long rest, when you see a creature within your movement speed range be hit by an attack, you may as a reaction attempt to block the triggering attack. When you do, you must move yourself up to the target creature. If you successfully end your creature within 5 feet of them, you make a tie attack versus the result of triggering attack roll. On a success, triggering attack fails and you deflect it. Excuse me. 13th level, Fafnir's Fang. You've learned to lace your weapons with a layer of chakra, sharpening it to a point where even slightest movement causes the wind to sing is your edge cuts through the air. Score a critical hit with a melee weapon that deals piercing damage. The target gains 2 ranks of lacerated. Okay, that one's good. Because of note, Freya's Golden Tears and Fafnir's Fang have amazing synergy with each other. Because if a target is lacerated and you deal bleeding to them, they do not gain additional ranks of bleeding. They gain additional ranks of lacerated, which is amazing. At 20th level, your skill with piercing weapons have reached a point of legend. As a bonus action, by spending 20 chakra or 3 chakra die, you seal all your chakra within your body, locking it within yourself while also creating a cell of chakra around your melee weapon, deals piercing damage. For the next minute, you cannot cast or maintain ninjutsu or genjutsu. For the same duration, when you deal piercing damage with a weapon or taijutsu attack, you deal additional damage equal to twice your flurry die, 2d12. Creatures who are lacerated take twice as much damage. I don't know if that means... This is worded weird. So it should say either creatures who are lacerated have vulnerability to this damage, or it should say creatures who are lacerated take 2 times the damage dice, meaning it deals 4d12. After 1 minute, this feature ends and you cannot use it again until you finish a long rest. So, okay, the only 2 things saving this one is Freya's Golden Tears and Fafnir's Fang. That's it. Obsidian Hammer. Oh boy, we have not had an all-star yet. And Kiryu will probably get upset if one of these ones isn't amazing. Obsidian Hammer. You learn the following 2 flurry techniques. Siphon Strike. When you would use a Chakra Strike flurry technique and deal bludgeoning damage on a successful hit or a creature failing a save against you, you would gain... Boo! Unmend. When you would hit a creature with a melee attack, deals bludgeoning. On a successful hit, you can unmend them. Next time, the target would gain HP, temp HP, or damage reduction. They reduce the amount by an amount equal to the result of your flurry die. They gain damage reduction that would last longer than this attack. Their bonus damage reduction is reduced to... Ugh! Already, we have two stinkers when it comes to the two flurry techniques it gains. Ugh! Obsidian Hammer styles. Third level, you choose a style that supports your combat ability. Shadow Wall. As a reaction on your turn, you release chakra, creating a spectral shield of obsidian-colored chakra in front of you. Until your next turn, you get... Nope! So, you're either getting 4, 6, 8, 10, or 12 DR. Also note, DR doesn't stack. But even then, this is... Sure, getting a high amount of DR is hard, but like... DR, you total the amount, and then you subtract your DR from damage received for any particular attack. Unleashed is a bonus action on your turn. You release a well of obsidian-colored chakra from within yourself, magnifying your power tenfold. Until the end of your turn, when you deal damage with the taijutsu attack, deals bludgeoning damage, deal additional damage equal to flurry die. You can use it. Nope! 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 Boo! Gritty End. When you would reduce a creature's hit points to 0 using a weapon that deals bludgeoning damage, gain an additional action which you can use to make a single weapon attack. This additional attack deals additional damage equal to 2 flurry die. If you trigger this attack more than once, you continue to add additional flurry die with each trigger. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your taijutsu modifier ability per long rest. We have finally found the good one in this class. Well, this subclass. This is basically great cleaving finish technically, but it's cleaving finish with benefits. Wowzer. Pretzel. When you would deal damage to a creature, maintaining a jutsu or with a jutsu currently active, with a bludgeoning weapon, you may spend 1 chakra die to immediately break their concentration, ending one of their jutsu's effects with no need for them to make a concentration check. That's relatively good. That's actually like the best use of a chakra die I've seen yet. Provoke is a bonus action. You may take an open stance while also screaming at the opposition to not avert their eyes. Hostile creatures you can see and hear you within 30 feet of you gain disadvantage on attacks that target any other creature other than you till the beginning of your next turn. Well, it is a bonus action. That's nice, but if movement tech is as movement tech as it looks to be in this system, that ain't gonna do much. Defiance. When you make a strength or con save while wielding a bludgeoning weapon, you may as a reaction grant yourself a bonus to the save equal to 1 flurry die. That's also pretty good. So, why do you have 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why did the previous one only have 5? Obsidian body. At 6th level, your body is strengthened to obsidian. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Oh, while you have 10 HP or damage rejection granted to you by one of your obsidian hammer features. By spending 1 hit die or chakra die when you make a weapon attack with a bludgeoning weapon, you may either use both of your obsidian hammer techniques at once, or you may gain the ability temp HP equal to your martial arts bonus. You already have temp HP from another obsidian hammer feature. These temp HP can stack. Oh wait, nope. Boo! Obsidian mind. You may 20th level, your strength and charisma increased by 2 to a maximum of 22, or however these are usually specified. It's a full turn action. For the duration of this feature, all hostile creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage. Attacks against creatures have disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than you. They automatically fail any con checks unless they spend 25 chakra to make the check at disadvantage. That's interesting, but it's just like... Oh, it's a full turn action. You can't move. Boo! Boo! Obsidian Hammer, you get the boo! Boo! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. I have 5 more to get through in half an hour. Phantom Blade. At 3rd level, you gain these 2 techniques for flurries. When you would use the Chakra Strike Flurry technique, you may delay all your attacks damage. Beginning of the target's next turn, they take all the damage they would have taken from all of your weapons' delayed damage. This damage cannot be reacted to. Okay, that is good. That's good. Eclipse. When you are targeted with a melee attack while wielding a weapon that deals slashing damage, you may, as a reaction, roll 3 flurry dice. At the end of the triggering creature's turn, they take delayed damage equal to the result. Interesting. Phantom Blade styles. Ghostly Blade stance. Once per turn, when you target a creature with a melee attack or Buki with a weapon that deals with a slashing weapon, you may cause your blade to gain the properties of a ghost, moving through all defenses at once. Roll 1 flurry dice. Reduce the target's armor class by half of the result. Till the end of your next turn, you may use this stance twice per rest. Boo. Spectre's Dance Stance. Spectre's Dance Stance. Blah, blah, blah. While wielding a slashing weapon, you gain 30 feet of blind sight against selected creature for 1 minute until you or the target drops to 0 or fall unconscious. You may use this stance twice per long rest. I am always going off of the assumption that you are having like more than like 4 or 5 combats per long rest. Minimum. That is how much the game is designed to have you do. Haunting Siphon. When you would reduce a creature's HP using a melee weapon that does slashing damage, till the end of your next turn, target cannot regain HP by any means. Ghostly Execution. When you would reduce a creature's HP to 0 using a melee slashing weapon, damage is delayed until the beginning of their next turn. You gain an additional action which can be used to take the attack action using a melee weapon attack deals a melee slashing weapon. Targeting another creature you could reach within the remaining movement. If you would reduce another creature HP to 0 using this new attack, delay the damages you did prior, gaining a new action with the same limitations before. Use this, gain a number of additional actions this way 3 times per rest. Note that that's additional actions this time. Oppressive Revenant. When you would cast a Buki with a melee slashing weapon, you may, as a bonus action, release a Surge of Phantasmal Chakra. All creatures within 15 feet of you must succeed a con save, being unable to mold chakra or make a reaction against you until the end of your next turn. Creatures affected by this feature take additional damage. Okay, also bad. Wow, Phantom Blade, wow. When you hit a creature with a Taijutsu, delayed etherealness, deal slashing damage, delay the damage you do until you choose to release it. At the end of your turns, add 1 flurry die to the delayed damage. Maintaining the delayed damage counts as concentrating on a B-rank jutsu and can only be maintained within 30 feet of the affected creature. Each ending your turn more than 30 feet away from the target causes you to lose concentration. You may release the delayed damage as a reaction if it is not your turn or is an action on your turn. Releasing it as an action on your turn is worse! That's also really bad. You need to learn object interactions and free actions. First step, a single drop. You've learned that delaying attacks can grow stronger the longer they are delayed. When you delay damage using any weapon specialist class feature, you may extend the delayed damage up to the end of your next turn. When you do, the delayed damage dealt increases by an amount equal to 4 What? You may use this part of the feature twice per sort. Boo! Boo! I don't even want to read the rest of this. Boo! Boo! Wow! We've had 2 subclasses in a... And... getting to Primal Weapon. This class has some of the stinkiest subclasses in the book so far. For a martial, that is. 2 of them I've actively booed. All right, Primal Weapon, please. At 3rd level, you get 1 nature release keyword. You get the follow flurry techniques, Primal Reverb. When you would use Chakra Strike flurry technique with an attack, all creatures of your choice within 5 feet of the target take damage equal to your flurry die of your chosen. Primal Strike. When you deal your weapon's damage to a creature, you can spend 1 bonus action to force them to make a con save. You don't need the 1 in there since the flurry dice is not a resource to force them to make a con save. On a failed save, they suffer 1 rank of your chosen Oh. Okay, that's actually can be good. Especially if you choose wind. Yeah, pretty much wind is the best one here. Primal Pulse. When you take damage, the reaction will record the result. No. Primal Weapon Styles. Primal Riposte. It's a reaction. When you see a creature within 60 feet of you cast a ninju, taiju, or buki that would deal damage, you can cast a buki that with a casting time of 1 action. Spooky gains the class keyword if it didn't prior, and you immediately initiate a class. If the triggering ninjutsu does not have the class keyword, they make their class check at disadvantage. You may use this feature twice per short rest. Primal Edge with an exclamation mark. Why does this only have 5 styles? Bonus action, you bathe your weapon in your chosen nature release. For the next minute, your weapon's damage counts as both its original and your nature release's damage type, for the purposes of triggering features or other jutsu you cast. Additionally, when you deal damage with your weapon, you deal additional damage equal to 1 flurry die of your chosen nature release's type. For the next minute, you can use this feature a number of times equal to... Okay. This makes up for it because if it lasts a minute. This is okay. Primal Edge, you're okay. Primal Cloak is a bonus action. You spend 1 chakra die to coat your body in your nature release. For the next minute, your speed is increased by 10. You gain resistance to nature release. And when you deal damage of your nature release's corresponding damage type, you add 1 flurry die to the damage total. Wait. Oh, that's actually really good. For a really stupid reason. Because of you, these are bonus actions. Meaning you can do Primal Cloak on turn 1 and Primal Edge on turn 2. Your attacks acting is bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and the corresponding damage type. And you ignore the resistance to your corresponding damage type. And they deal an additional 2 damage dice. That's not bad. Not bad at level 3. Provocation is an action. You select 1 creature you can see within 30 feet of you. You mark them with a special nature seal. Next minute, each time you score a hit with a buki, seal grows in size, gaining 1 charge. Special seal can hold up to 10 charges. So bonus action on your turn, you can trigger this seal, dealing D8 damage of a type equal to your chosen nature release's corresponding damage for each charge present when detonated. That's also pretty good. Also, it's an action. Oh, this subclass has bonus action overuse. Like, everything it wants to do requires a bonus action. That's actually kind of bad. 6th level, you learn to manifest a weapon made of pure chakra. Once per turn, at no action cost. Well, technically, you can use your action to do something that would cost a bonus action, which, ironically, this subclass might actually do. Once per turn, at no action cost, you can manifest or unsummon your primal weapon. Weapon manifested must be one you have as a weapon focus. Weapon is chakra enhanced. Its damage counts as both its original type and as your nature release corresponding damage type for the purpose of jutsu and weapon specialist feature interactions. This weapon gains all weapon seals and properties from any one weapon you currently have as your... What? This weapon gains all weapon seals and properties. Oh! Additionally, you can use up to 2 flurry techniques granted by the primal weapon subclass while you... using your primal weapon. So... basically, you would always be doing Primal Reverb and Primal Strike. During Primal Weapon, the first ninjutsu you cast that deals your nature releases corresponding damage type each turn is treated as having the chain X keyword. Finally, for the duration of your Primal Weapon, if you yourself or a willing creature that casts a Buki while within 15 feet of you can spend 5 chakra to enhance it, giving the jutsu cast your chosen nature release keyword, and adding 1 flurry die to its damage roll. Primal Power. 13th level, first time each turn you would inflict the chosen nature release's primal effect condition is a result of Buki. You cast your weapon special class feature. That condition is magnified, increasing the number of ranks they gain by 1. The class isn't weak. The subclasses are weak. That's the problem. Also, please tell me you chose wind. Please. 13th level, the first time each turn you would inflict your chosen nature releases primal effect condition as a result of a Buki you cast or weapon special feature. That condition is magnified, increasing the number of ranks they gain by 1. Additionally, when a target within range of your weapon fails a saving throw for a jutsu you cast that deals your nature releases corresponding damage type, you can cast a Buki with a chain keyword as bonus action that turn. In Master of the Primal, starting at 20th level, your presence on the battlefield is an explosion of the elements and weapons. Your strength or dex and intelligence increases by 2. Additionally, you can use your action, and 3 chakra die to gain the following benefits for 1 minute. These effects end early if you are incapacitated or fall to 0 HP. Once you've used this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Once per turn, when an ally makes the attack action within 30 feet of you, you may add 2 flurry die to their roll of your chosen nature release damage. When you cast your chosen nature release, you can take the attack action as a bonus action. Oh! What? Okay, that's actually really cool. But onwards to Ranger form! We have 3 more to get through. And honestly, this has probably been the best subclass for the weapon specialist so far. But they are also a bit more complex to run since their specific class dice pool regens at the start of their turns. But you can do so much with those few dice. It is stunning. Ranger techniques. Blinding shot. When you would use chakra strike flurry technique with a ranged weapon, you attempt to blind the affected target, striking them in the eyes. The targeted target must make a con save. Being blinded into the nope. Brutal shot. When you would hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack, you may spend a bonus action, adding 2 flurry dice to the roll. Target must then make a strength save, being dazed on a failed save until the end of their next turn. That's actually really good, since you can do that every round. Crippling shot. When you hit a creature with a ranged attack, you can spend 5 chakra, adding 1 flurry die to the damage roll. When you do, the target must make a dex save. Failed save, the target's movement is reduced by half, are knocked prone, and makes their next dex save before the end of your next turn, at a penalty of 1 flurry die. It isn't weak. I have no idea how the jutsu works. It's more so that the status effect that wind causes is by far the best DOT effect. Fire and lightning wear off after a minute, no matter how many stacks they have. Ranger styles. Hey, I am a concept optimizer. Remember this. I studied the status effects to know what each does. So do not feel bad. Shuriken Slinger, Rain Spooky Jutsu. Oh my goodness, it is. I have 2 more to go, 3 more to go through, and I'm at 7. You cast uses Kunai, Shuriken, or Senbon. Its components deal additional damage. Additionally, you do not roll an ammunition die for... I don't know what ammunition die is. Deadeye Stance. You gain a bonus damage rolls made with ranged taijutsu using a buki equal to 1 flurry die, while attacking a creature within 15 feet of you. Additionally, attacking a creature within 5 feet of you does not impose disadvantage on your ranged attacks. Okay. Double Jeopardy. When you cast a buki that uses ranged or thrown weapon, that would force the creature to make a saving throw. A creature that fails the saving throw takes an additional damage equal to 2 flurry die. If they fail by 5 or more, they take additional damage equal to 3 flurry die. If they fail by 10 or more, they take additional damage equal to 5 flurry die. Ew, okay. That's really good, if there's any good jutsu that make use of it. Creating distance. Once per turn, when you make a ranged taijutsu attack using a buki, your movement speed increases by 15 feet while you are moving away from the target creature until the end of your next turn. Your movement does not protect Keen-Eyed Stance. Once per turn, when you score a critical hit with a ranged tie attack using a buki, you can add 2 flurry dice to the damage roll. That stacks! That stacks, dearie! Wait, no it doesn't, because if Double Jeopardy requires a saving throw, this requires an attack roll. Dang it! Once per turn is a Ranger's Aim. Once per turn is a bonus action. Take aim at a creature you can see within range. The next ranged tie attack you make with a buki is made at advantage. Okay, that's also relatively good. Curve Shotted. 6th level, you learn how to work all the angles to your advantage. Once per turn, when you would miss a ranged tie attack using a buki, you may add 1 flurry die to the attack roll, increasing the attack roll by the total result, potentially turning a miss into a hit. Okay, that's good. 13th level, you lean to perform miracles with your ranged weapon. On your first turn in combat, if you're not surprised, you can use your attack action to attack creatures that have not acted yet. Choose up to 6 creatures within 90 feet of you. Make a ranged weapon attack against each creature. On a hit, you deal your weapon's damage and can apply a flurry technique to each attack made this way. Once you've used this feature, you must complete a rest before you can use it again. And then you kind of shoot yourself. Unmatched Efficiency. Dex and Wisdom increased by 2. Once per turn, if you ranged weapon attack you make misses a target creature, you can treat the miss as a hit. During the if you fail a Dex or Wisdom saving throw, you may choose a success. You can use each of these effects twice per rest. Samurai! Holy moly! Samurai form. 3rd level, you learn additional flurry techniques that support your samurai form. Frenetic draw. When you use your chakra strike flurry technique, the target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, they gain disadvantage on all attack rolls and skill checks they make against you until the end of your next turn. Riposte. When you would use the enhanced deflection flurry technique, you can immediately make 2 weapon attacks against the triggering creature as part of the reaction. Yes, please. Samurai styles. Aggressive draw. As a reaction, you can take an aggressive stance until the end of your turn, double your speed and jump distance. You gain an additional bonus action. Which you can only use to dash. Additionally, when you dash or jump, you have advantage on the first tie or weapon attack you make against each creature within range of your weapon where you land or end your movement. This is a question mark one for me. Blade draw. It's a reaction to a creature missing you with an attack. You may spend 5 chakra. When you do, you gain 10 HP and make a weapon attack against the triggering creature if they're within range. A hit, they gain disadvantage against you for the remainder. You can use 2 flurry Okay, one problem. You don't have any good flurry techniques. Because of flurry techniques, those were the stupid things of like, oh, enhanced deflection, chain reaction, and chakra strike. And perceptive augmentation. Half of these aren't that great. Fighting Spirit is bonus action on your turn. Spend 1 hit die to give yourself advantage on 1 weapon attack. You also gain 10 temp HP. Beginning at 10th level, it increases 2 attacks at 20. No! Crashing Wave. Once per turn on your turn, you can spend 5 chakra. When you do, until the end of your turn, you reroll 1s and 2s. For attack rolls, skill checks, and saving throws. You roll a natural 20 as a result of this feature. The next attack you make that deals damage to a creature deals damage, additional damage equal to 3 flurry die. Okay, thank you for doing something. No, it's once per turn on your turn. No, that makes it so much worse. If you could do this as a reaction, or is a free action, this would be so much better. Defensive draw is a bonus action. You enter a defensive stance. Gain 2 special reactions called defensive, offensive, and defensive break. You can enter either of these reactions. Combined total of twice before the beginning of your next turn. Defensive offensive is a reaction to a hostile creature making a melee attack against you. You make a weapon attack targeting the triggering creature. That's okay. Defensive break is a reaction if the result of your weapon attack roll is greater than the triggering creature's attack total, their attack is negated. Yatsu draw. By spending your bonus action in reaction on your turn, you can enter a quick strike stance. Your next melee weapon is it adds your weapon specialist level to the attack roll. Okay, that's worth giving up your bonus action and reaction for. Yes. Circle protection. If you or a creature you see within 10 feet of you takes damage as a reaction, you ward everyone near you. Roll 1 flurry die, recording the result. You grant yourself an ally creature within 10 feet of you. Bonus to AC equal to half the result versus triggering attack. If the attack would still hit, you grant yourself and all allies DR versus the triggering creature equal to the result. Can you use this? Wow! Boo! Starting at 13th level, your weapon is constantly being fed. Whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack using weapon, you're using weapon. Which takes extra. No. Boo! Boo! Alright, one more to go. And all of these subclasses have done nothing but make me sad. Slayer technique. A creature studied by all refer to a unique ability which allows them to study a creature. Known as studied target for the purpose of class features that refer to it. You can only have one studied target at a time. When you would use Chakra Strike Flurry technique, affected creature must make a strength save. On a failed save, they gain 1 rank of weakened. Study Strike. When you deal damage, you ignore the target creature's DR, damage reduction or resistance. Pick one. Do your attacks damage as you determine the most potent weakness in that moment. Blood Reader is an action. You select one creature and make a survival check versus a DC of 8 plus CR. On a success, you become aware of the creature's current HP. You can use this feature once per creature per short rest. If you use this feature against another creature, you lose awareness on the previous creature's HP, regardless if you pass or fail. Study tracking. By spending 10 minutes, you may research one creature, same face you know, even if you've never met them before. Gain bonus to skill checks made to find that creature. If the target is E, D, or C, your bonus is 2 flurry dice. If it's B or A, the bonus is 1. If the target is S or unknown, your bonus is half of 1 flurry die. This benefit lasts for 8 hours and can be gained once per long rest. Cooperative Strike. Once per turn, when you score a hit against a creature within 30 feet of you, that an allied creature is hit with a target within the last round, you help in crippling the target, inflicting 1 rank of bruised or concussed. Yes! Lethal range. When you cast a Buki Jutsu that makes a melee taijutsu attack, increase its range by 10 feet, and an additional deal additional damage equal to 1 flurry die. The Buki makes a ranged tie attack 20 feet and on hit can benefit from 2 flurry techniques this turn. Once you use this die, you cannot gain its benefits until the end of your next turn. Okay, that's perfectly fine. That's good. Poisonous Slay. You gain mastery with a Poisoner's Kit. When you making a poison, reduce DC to make the poison by 5. When you coat your weapons in poison you made, your weapon gains +1 critical and deadly properties. When a creature must make a saving throw to resist poison you've made, you may use your tie or the poison's DC, whichever's higher. Holy moly, that's really good. Reaping Stalker. Once per turn, when you deal damage to a creature with a Buki who you have advantage against or you are hidden from, you increase the damage die rolled by 1 step. Once you gain the benefit of this style, you must spend an action recharging it. That's also really good. Vicious Technique. Once per turn, when you score a critical hit with a Buki, You can regain half the Choo-Choo's original chakra cost. What? Stalking Predator. At 6th level, you've become a hunter of unmatched by most. May select one of 2 Predator exploits you gain access to. You can switch which exploit you are using when you complete a short rest. Good grief. Viper's Tongue. You utilize wit, charm, and a bit of social engineering to deceive even the most attentive of individuals. When you would attempt to lie or impersonate skill action, you can add 1 flurry dice to the check. On a success, your lie is passed off as genuine on context of the lie itself. If you beat the DC by 5 or more, the lie is accepted as the absolute truth, and contesting thoughts or opposing truths are treated as the lie, and they must attempt to convince affected individuals of the truth. Blah, blah, blah. Apex Glare. You attempt to break the will of your foe with but a glance. When you would take the coerce or demoralize skill action, you can add 1 flurry dice to the check. The creature would gain a rank of fear as a result of the action you take. They gain 1 rank of concussed. I think we found the all-star here. Quarry. 13th level. When you mark a creature as your studied target, you can instead mark them as your quarry. You can have no more than 1 quarry at a time. A creature is marked as your quarry until you complete a rest of any type. They reach 0 HP. They are removed from the same dimension, or you remove them as a bonus action. Your choice. You trigger up to 2 flurry techniques at once on your quarry as part of the same action. Worthless! You can trigger up to, even if they normally have different action costs or requirements. Additionally, you can ignore difficult terrain, and your movement speed cannot be reduced by any means when moving in a straight line towards your quarry. Master Slayer. 20th level, you become a master of killing or capturing your foes. When you cast a Buki that makes no more than 1 attack against a creature currently marked as your quarry, you can declare one of the following: kill, stun, or cripple. On a hit, the target must make a strength save versus your tie DC. On a failed save, they suffer one of the following effects based on their declaration. This feature has a number of charges equal to your proc bonus per long rest. Each option spending 1 charge unless otherwise specified. Cripple. Roll 1 flurry die. The target gains ranks of bruised equal to half the result. Stun. Roll 1 flurry die. The target is stunned a number of turns, their turns, or elite actions equal to half the result of the total. Excuse me. Kill. If the target is an elite, standard, or minion, they immediately are killed. If the target is a solo or have the iconic classification, you can instead trigger up to 3 flurry techniques at once as part of the action used to make this attack, even if they normally have different action costs or requirements. This option costs 2 charges of Master Slayer. Alright, this is definitely the one that gets, like, the big star of approval from me. Sort of weird how the weapon specialist has worse subclasses than the hand-to-hand fighter. And unfortunately, this is where I'm going to end things here for today, because it is 7:20 at night. I need to go shave and take a shower. So, I'm going to end things here for right now. Like, comment, subscribe if you enjoy my work, and please do share my content and join the Discord. It really does help me out. Follow me here on Twitch and on YouTube, and or come for the Starship LP. We're not the hero, villain, or NPC. I put all our days are over. I hope to see you